Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to opening ceremony of First International Health Science and Technology Conference. Before starting this event, I'm going to open this agenda with a poem to welcome all of you. Pergi berlibur naik kapal selam, pulangnya membawa berlian. Izinkan saya mengucapkan salam untuk para hadirin sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Keynote Speaker Bapak Insinyur Budi Gunadi Sadikin, CHFC CLU as Health Minister of Indonesia. The Honorable Speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Halbana Tamizi from America, Ibu Susanti PhD from Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Faridah Mosaid from Malaysia, Assistant Professor Dr. Jurapon Tungpakdi from Thailand, Professor Brit Williams from Australia, and Professor Dr. Sandip Podar from Malaysia. The Honorable Board of IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, the Honorable Rector of IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, Bapak Heri Satriadi CPNKes, and all the Vice Rectors of IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean, Faculty of Health Science and Faculty Science and Technology, IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, the Honorable all Head of Study Program and all the lecturers of IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, and also we welcome all distinguished presenters and participants of the first International Health Science and Technology Conference. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuriddin waddin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'd. First of all, let's thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa taala who has been giving us blessing and mercies so we can attend this first International Health Science and Technology Conference with good condition. Secondly, may salawat and salam be with our great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness and lightness in the world as well as in the next world. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the theme of this international conference is Health Innovation to Improve Quality of Life in Industry 5.0 Era. Let's begin this event with reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Reading the Holy Quran by Bapak Muhammad Aldi Rizniansyah, SKEP. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Kamera berapa nih, Pak?
Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dzakarin wa untha
suka pengamen. Ini lagi nih.
من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. إن الله عليم خبير. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sadaqallahul azim. I hope all of us will receive mercy from Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Singing of Indonesia National Anthem and Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Coming up, opening speech from Rector IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang, and to officially open the first International Health Science and Technology Conference. Please welcome Bapak Heri Satriadi CPMKes. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Syahadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah, syahadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Puji syukur kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan nikmat iman, Islam, kesempatan dan kesehatan sehingga pada hari ini kita bisa berkumpul bersama dalam acara International Health Science and Technology Conference. Selawat salam tak lupa kita sampaikan pada Nabi kita Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam atas tauladan yang beliau berikan kepada kita selama ini. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, dalam kesempatan ini kami seluruh sivitas akademika IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang mengucapkan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin, para tamu undangan dan juga peserta konferensi internasional baik yang ada di auditorium maupun di ruang Zoom meeting dalam acara International Health Science and Technology Conference dengan tema Health Innovation to Improve Quality of Life in Industry 5.0. Kami juga mengucapkan selamat datang dan terima kasih kepada narasumber. Welcome to Palembang. Thank you for your time to visit IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang. Keynote speaker Budi Gunadi Sadikin, Health Minister of Indonesia. Speaker Prof. Dr. Halbana Tarmizi, USA. Susanti, PhD Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Faridah Muhammad Said, Malaysia. Welcome Prof. in Indonesia. My Assistant Profesor Dr. Jurapon Tungpakde Thailand, Profesor Bres William Australia, Profesor Dr. Sandep Podar Malaysia. Prof. Hadirin yang berbahagia, IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi di bawah naungan Perserikatan Muhammadiyah, member of Muhammadiyah Foundation, yang mana kita sudah terakreditasi B, akreditasi institusional B, yang memiliki 10 program studi. Dalam rangka penyelenggaraan pendidikan tenaga kesehatan yang profesional, salah satunya adalah implementasi kurikulum, yaitu pembelajaran di laboratorium, lapangan maupun di kelas. Dan untuk penunjang kita melaksanakan seminar internasional atau konferensi internasional yang untuk pertama kali kita laksanakan, sehingga kita namakan INHOSTEC pertama, INHOSTEC pertama. Dan sesuai bidang profesi kita ada 7 profesi yang kita laksanakan di institusi ini. Tujuan seminar ini tentu tidak lain untuk menambah kualitas pembelajaran di institusi kita. Kemudian juga dalam menghadapi tantangan era global yang sangat pesat yang kita tidak bisa bayangkan sebelumnya setelah pandemi COVID, kita harus berpacu dengan waktu, sehingga perubahan-perubahan teknologi itu harus diiringi dengan perubahan-perubahan sikap kita dalam melaksanakan proses pembelajaran. Sesuai dengan visinya, IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang menjadi perguruan tinggi Islam yang berkemajuan dalam inovasi ilmu kesehatan dan juga teknologi untuk kemaslahatan umat. Salah satu misi yaitu menyelenggarakan proses pendidikan yang berkualitas melalui inovasi ilmu kesehatan dan teknologi untuk pencapaian kompetensi profesional dan islami, mengembangkan kemitraan dan organisasi dalam lingkup nasional maupun internasional. Untuk itu IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang berkomitmen dalam setiap langkah mengedepankan mutu lulusan yang kompeten dan bersaing. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, adapun peserta seminar kita pada saat ini tercatat 1.164 peserta dan 40 peserta oral presentation. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, dengan adanya seminar ini diharapkan peserta mendapat tentu saja wawasan, pengalaman, penambahan ilmu dan dari para narasumber kita. Oleh karena itu kita mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pendukung acara kegiatan. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, International Health Science and Technology Conference dengan tema Health Innovation to Improve Quality of Life in Industry 5.0 secara resmi kita buka. Demikian mungkin yang bisa kami sampaikan. Selamat mengikuti acara seminar dan oral presentation nantinya. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita lakukan pada hari ini mendapat ridha Allah. Mudah-mudahan apa yang kita lakukan hari ini bermanfaat bagi orang banyak. Kami tutup. Nasrun minal fatun qorib. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Heri Satria DJ PMKes, for officially opening the conference. Coming up, the giving of souvenirs from IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang to our beloved speakers. We would like to invite Profesor Dr. Faridah Mosaid and Profesor Dr. Sadep Podar and Bapak Heri Satria DJ PMKes, please come forward. First of all, first souvenir will be giving to Prof. Faridah Mosaid. And then the second one, souvenirs will be given to Profesor Dr. Sadep Podar. And then followed by photo session. And we would like to invite all the vice rectors and also the deans and vice deans to join photo session. Please, head of all study program, please join the photo session. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of this opening event, and it is time to express our gratitude and appreciation to all those who joined in this event. Let's end up this event with reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. I am Anissa Rahmania, as the MC on this opening event. Say thank you for your nice attention, and let us take this inspiration and motivation we have gained from this event and use it to make a positive impact in our communities and beyond. Thank you once again for joining us today, and I hope that all of you have a wonderful day ahead. Narsul minallah fatun korib. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause for INHOSTECH IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang. Okay, next agenda, we are going to see video about INHOSTECH profile. Please enjoy the video. The next agenda is seminar session. We would like to invite our moderator. Please welcome Mr. Aristoteles, PhD. The stage is yours.
Cek satu. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all participants who's already attended in this auditorium and also who's joined already in our Zoom for our international conference. Thank you for our Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Anissa. Allow me to introduce myself for moderator for today's activity. My name is Aristoteles, and I will be your guidance for this agenda of the conference, the first conference of IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang. For the first, before we start our agenda, let us open this activity by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The first agenda will be a speech from our keynote speaker, from Health Minister of Indonesia, Mr. Insinyur Budi Gunadi Sadikin, CHFC CLU, will be presented by through video presentation. For the committee, please allow to proceed the video introduction for the speech from our Minister of Health Indonesia.
steam, electricity, automation, interconnectivity, and now integration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Industry 5.0. We are here at the International Health Sciences and Technology Conference to witness the dawn of a new era of digital health transformation. It is an exciting time filled with opportunities for innovation and change. As technological advances continually evolve and impact nearly all aspects of our life, usage of digital technology in health has emerged as a critical discussion point. At the beginning of the pandemic, health data in Indonesia was spread across multiple systems and not integrated. It has then become our priority to simplify, to integrate, and to accelerate collections and access to health data by utilizing digital technology. Our Peduli Lindungi applications aim initially in detection and tracing of COVID-19. Now it has transformed into Satu Sehat applications. This app has now integrated other services, including telemedicine, and is also linked to the Satu Sehat platform, designed to integrate health data and standardize data exchange protocols, connecting the entire health ecosystem. This allows the use of big data and artificial intelligence for evidence-based policymaking. Digital health transformation is not just about technology. It is about people. It is about empowering patients to take control of their health and giving healthcare providers the tools they need to deliver better care. It is also about creating a culture of innovations and collaboration that encourage everyone to think outside the box and come up with new ideas. So let us embrace this digital health transformation with open arms. Let us work together to create a better future for healthcare. And let us never stop innovating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the Minister of Health of Indonesia for the greeting speech. And then we move on to the next agenda. The first speaker from Associate Professor Dr. Halbana Tarmizi from United States of America with background education. He took diploma engineer in electrical engineering from Germany in 1996, and then Master of Art in telecommunication. He graduated in May 2002, and then the last he took PhD in information technology from University of Nebraska at Omaha in 2008. Dr. Halbana, are you already joined in our Zoom? The committee, can you check? Okay, good morning, Dr. Halbana Tarmizi. Good morning, sir. I think the voice still mute. Please, the committee, can you unmute the voice?
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I couldn't unmute before. Somehow that it was controlled by the host.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Halbana Tarmizi. I think the time is different from our time, so I just say good morning according to our time. And yes, okay. Your time for presentation around 25 minutes. Please, Dr. Halbana Tarmizi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have a slide, so let's see if I can share my slide. But it seems that host disabled participants screen sharing. I don't know whether it's possible for the host to allow me to share my slide. Okay, now I can do that. Let me just do that quick. Everybody can see my slide? Yes, no?
Stop. We can see your slide.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to convey my gratitude to the Institute Ilmu Kesehatan and Teknologi Muhammadiyah Palembang, especially to the Bapak Rektor and the leadership of the institution for inviting me to be one of the speakers in this conference. And also, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference. I believe most of them are students. That I really amazed, to see how organized they are, and able to pull this international conference, and that is focused on the health innovation to improve quality of life in Industry 5.0 era. This is the first conference. I hope it is not the last conference, right? I hope it will continuing. The second one, the third one, and so on. And because my field is in information technology, so that in this occasion I'm going to discuss about healthcare, especially looking into data and artificial intelligence. And unfortunately, Pak Menteri already steal my idea, right? Because he already also discussed about data and artificial intelligence. So I'm going to go a little bit more deeper about that. So let me see if I can move. Okay. So this is the agenda that will guide my presentation today. And if I talk too fast, just let me know so that I can slow it down. So I'm going to, although moderator already mentioned a little bit about me, but let me just introduce a little bit more about myself. And then because the topic of this conference include the Industry 5.0, so let us, look briefly what is the 5.0. And of course, with this kind of jargon,
recording in progress.
With this, 5.0, it could be a number of different definition about it. And then we're going to look into the healthcare industry. And again, because I live in the US, in the United States for my last more than 20 years, and it is a little bit challenging for me to find information about the healthcare industry in Indonesia in terms of statistics. So I'm going to use the landscape of the healthcare in the United States in this presentation. And then we're going to look into the innovation in the healthcare, the recent innovation that are published by, a couple of organizations. And specifically, then we're going to go into looking into the artificial intelligence as well as the role of the data. And again, the minister, Pak Budi Gunawan already mentioned the importance of data, right? So we're gonna see, and I think the health ministry has initiated, like a mandate. I think very aware, about many aspects of the healthcare, especially here in the US. Okay, so Industry 5.0, as our topic said that, we are focusing on the health innovation to improve quality of life in Industry 5.0 era. Of course, with this kind of term, there's always different definition, right? But one thing is for sure that the Industry 5.0 coming after the Industry 4.0, right? So that if you look that Industry 4.0, again, this could be one of the definitions from many definitions, is about industrial revolution triggered and enabled by development of the information technology. And then some of the key aspects of the IT is, for example, we have the big data, we have a smart system, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. So maybe some of you already familiar with the Internet of Things, but if you're not familiar, what is Internet of Things? So Internet of Things basically, used to be that the one that connect to the Internet is human, right? Is person. But recently, maybe you're aware that, suddenly your watch, your Apple Watch connect to the Internet. Or maybe if you are at home, maybe you have like a I don't know, maybe TV connected to the internet. We have smart TV. So those kind of things connected to the internet, we call it the Internet of Things. And as a result, those devices will generate data. Okay. So, and one of the things that the Industry 4.0 focusing is about, focus on efficiency and productivity as the goal. So it's more about the economic value. But the difference with the 5.0 is it is more focusing on the well-being of the society, not only about the profit, but about the well-being. And then, of course, we already know, in that industry, 1.0 about the steam engine, 2.0 about the electricity, 3.0 is about the beginning of the computing, and then 4.0, and now we are in the 5.0 era. So let me give a brief overview about the healthcare industry. Again, because I live in the US, so that I'm more familiar with the healthcare industry in the US. In the United States, the healthcare is the second largest industry. So the only other industry that is larger than the healthcare is the retail industry, like Walmart and so on. And the healthcare industry is responsible for 10% of all jobs in the United States. So 10% is around 17 million people. So around 17 million people in the United States are employed in the healthcare business or the healthcare industry. And it is worth a little bit over 800 billion. So 800 billion US dollar, we have like, I think in Indonesia is 800 million dollar, okay? Billion is a million in Indonesia. So with 9 O's. While the global healthcare industry is worth around 12 trillion US dollar. And in terms of employment, this industry is quite stable. So, well, normally the other industry going up and down, a lot of, layoff or firing of the, or reduction of the employment. But normally in the healthcare industry, it is stable. And for the US, they always need people, Therefore, if you come to the US, you see many of the physicians here are coming from abroad. Like I mentioned, my wife from Indonesia, she is practicing here. We have a number of doctors from Pakistan, from India, from Middle East and so on. So they always look, for new, health professionals come to here, not only for the doctor, but also they also in need for the nurses. Okay, so this is something that maybe the IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang can think maybe. How can maybe we, how we can, we can prepare, maybe you have maybe special jurusan that train the, that train the nurse to, maybe in the English, so that they are ready to, if they want, they can maybe, try to find a work in the US. And again, the health industry in the US is constantly growing in terms of the jobs and revenue. But at the same time, the healthcare is, of course, is one of the most regulated industry sectors because it is related to the, to the people life. So that is very heavily regulated. So that there's a lot of regulation there. So now let's look about innovation in the healthcare. So if you talk about the innovation, of course, it's not about invention only, about finding something or creating something, but innovation is also include adoption and diffusion. So you want to make sure that something that you create will be adopted by people and it will get into critical mass, so that it will gain traction to be adopted by large number of users. Okay, and right now this is based on the 2022, the Cleveland Clinics, if you never heard of Cleveland Clinics is one of the top healthcare provider in the US. It is equal to the Mayo Clinics. Maybe some of you already heard about Mayo Clinics. So the Cleveland Clinics, provide. So this Cleveland Clinic provide the top 10 innovation for the 2022, and some of them related to the development of the vaccine. Some of them is about, therapy, for example, therapy of the prostate cancer, and then, for example, new treatment for the lowering the cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, of course, and some of them about, finding a new type 2 diabetes and drug for the type 2 diabetes. But some of them also related to the, with the technology. For example, one of the top innovation is the artificial intelligence for early detection of the sepsis, because the sepsis, if you don't detect early, it could lead to the, to the fatality or to the death. And then also another related to the predictive analytics. So these are the top 10s that are listed by the Cleveland Clinics. And for them, how they pick this top 10 is based on a number of criteria. One of them is that this innovation must have significant clinical impact and offer certain patient benefit in comparison to the current practices. And also, they also mentioned that the innovation must have a high probability of widespread health ecosystem adoption. So adoption should be part of the consideration when they pick this one. So it's not about inventing something, but also about the probability to be adopted. And then also they mentioned one of the other criteria that they consider in putting this top 10 is that this innovation must have significant human interest in its application or benefit. And they picked this 10 out of 150 something innovation. So you see that the AI, the technology is also part of this innovation. So another list of the current innovation in the healthcare is issued by the WEF, which stands for World Economic Forum. Okay, and this is from 2023. And here they are, of course, more focusing on the technology. So they list like 5 technologies that they believe, will transform the healthcare. And the first one is about artificial intelligence. One of the examples they mentioned is it can help to detect diseases early and make more accurate diagnosis. So they use an example, for example, AstraZeneca have a partnership with a technology company that developed an algorithm for interpretation of the radiology image. So of course, if you take an X-ray, right, it will normally go to the a doctor that we call radiologist, right? So, but the radiologist, of course, can give an assessment about the result. But using AI, they see that they have a better result. So it's like 17% improvement in interpreting the result of X-ray compared if it is read by a radiologist. The other technology that is also mentioned is about 3D printing. So 3D printing is, why 3D printing? So because 3D printing can be used to create, like a prosthetic, also can be used to create medical equipment. So this is something that, a lot of hospitals right now in the US have these 3D facilities. Based on the data from 2019, there are 113 hospitals that already have centralized 3D facility, so that if they need something for surgery, maybe they don't have like specific tools, then they can use this 3D printing to make that tool. They don't have to order it, but they can make it in-house. So the same thing with the dental implant. So 3D printing, in the healthcare is something that is, that can transform the healthcare. And then the third one is this CRISPR. So it stands from clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. This is a gene editing technology. So again, if you are interested, feel free to find more information. And then the next one on the list is the virtual reality. So the virtual reality is also something that can transform healthcare. Why? Because it can help the surgeon. So just imagine a surgeon before he start the operation, right? So he can see, and then can rehearse, can train, like in the reality, using this virtual reality. So something that maybe can minimize the mistakes or the error during the surgery. And then the last one here that is mentioned about the smart bandage, like a Band-Aid or Tensoplast that we use, right? But it is not a smart thing, Why? Because it has a sensor to monitor the healing. So maybe they can check, how is the wound in, whether it is already better. Maybe they can make some changes. I don't know how it works, but it is something that this World Economic Forum thing are one of the technology that can, or innovation that can transform the healthcare industry. Okay, so now let us look more into artificial intelligence. Okay, AI, of course, by now I think everybody already know about AI. And again, there is no unified definition. If you ask maybe 10 people, what is the definition of AI? Then maybe you get 10 different definitions. Okay, so I just pick up here. Just AI is a field. Okay. Or a study which combines computer science and data sets. So we need to have a computer science that write the code, and we need to have a data. And based on this, this code and the data, we can create something that can solve problem. Okay. And part of the artificial intelligence, there are a field that called machine learning, deep learning, and some other, subsection of AI. And the history of AI itself, is first mentioned in the paper by Alan Turing back in 1950. And then, of course, he, maybe in some, some people call it like the father of AI, because he is the one that first published the paper. And then, so he published a paper about the computing machinery and intelligence, and he proposed to answer the question. The question is, can machines think? So whether machine can think, and he introduced what they call the Turing test to see if a computer can demonstrate the same intelligence as a human. So this is the first time that we have this kind of test to see whether the computer can have the same intelligence as human. And then, of course, the AI will develop, progress, a couple of milestones. Maybe if we already, some of you already old enough like me, right? So you still remember maybe back in 1997 when the Grandmaster Garry Kasparov was the world champ in chess. IBM developed a machine called Deep Blue, and Deep Blue able to beat Garry Kasparov. Okay, so this is 1997. And then IBM again in 2011 developed a machine that defeat the human champion at Jeopardy. I don't know whether you know the game Jeopardy on TV. So basically the Jeopardy, we have like a MC, and then we have like 3 contestants, and the contestant will pick one of the question, and then the MC will ask the question, and then which one of the contestant will have the answer the fast, and if it is correct, get the point. If not, then they will deduct the point. Now you can imagine, of course, as a human, it's easy for us to understand maybe a question, right? Because we have learned the language starting from, from when we were still small. But for the computer to learn a language that maybe looks simple for the human is something that is challenging. There's a YouTube video, if you want to Google, you can see how how difficult for IBM engineers to train this Watson to understand, the human language and to make sense of something that normally for us is normal. Okay. So and then, in 2016, again, I think this is from Google, Deep Minds, okay, from Google developed AlphaGo. This is a system that can play Go. The Go is like a Chinese game, and this system able to beat the Mr. Lee, who is the world champion of the Go. And the Go, people say, is more complex than the chess. So that it was amazed that this system can understand and can beat the world champion. And of course, in the last couple of months, suddenly, ChatGPT become the race to the popularity, right? And the ChatGPT is something that you are amazed. We are people amazed that how a machine can understand this language, the natural language processing. We type everything, the ChatGPT can answer. Okay, so now suddenly we have something, artificial intelligence that accessible to everybody. Before maybe we think, okay, AI is only for those companies that can pay, so I don't know, maybe $100,000, but now suddenly we can get access to this artificial intelligence system for almost free, right?
I'm sorry, sir, your time, I think 3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes, okay, let me just quick, okay? So, artificial intelligence, of course, is very huge, but, like IBM Watson that we mentioned is huge, but you see, it's not easy to implement something. And one of the failed cases, the case that they tried to implement, but wasn't successful, when they tried to partner with the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Texas to create an expert system for oncology or for the cancer. But unfortunately, after spending $62 million, then they fail. So they really cannot, they cannot replace the doctor. Okay, so artificial intelligence good, but it is not as good as the doctor. And some of the problem is they don't have a good data, that to train this system. So, but there are also a couple of success story here. And again, I don't want to read it, but important thing here, we need to know what is the limitation of the artificial intelligence. Okay, so the artificial intelligence is only as good as the data that you use to train it. If you use the data, for example, about the health, record of people in the US, and then you try to use this artificial intelligence to make a recommendation about people in Indonesia, it doesn't work. Because the data coming from the US, which is maybe totally different, because there they don't know about the tropical disease, for example, right? So you need to know the limitation. And then the data, again, I mentioned, and I'm glad that the Department Kementerian Kesehatan Indonesia has started the initiative to have an electronic medical record. Okay, it is mandated starting by the end of this year. So you can imagine that if we can gather all the healthcare data from all Indonesian, because any interaction with the healthcare provider will generate the data, we can capture this one. So now we have a data that's specific for Indonesia. And if we can use that data, okay, to train a system, then of course we can have a AI system that specific to Indonesia. Okay. But again, one of the other things that, if you gather out of data, there's a risk, right? People can misuse it, people can abuse those data. And therefore we need to have like a strong government regulation. In the US, we have a called HIPAA that control who can access that data, how can you share it. So I think Indonesia will need this one if we want to be successful. So, and make sure that, with this new system that will collect this record, it should be, system need to be adopted by the healthcare providers. The healthcare provider or professional need to have an adequate training, okay? And record need to be audited to make sure that it is have a more certain quality, and also need to have a support. I think this is without the support, of course, the adoption will be maybe a little bit challenging. And make sure that this new system won't add additional work to the healthcare providers or professional, because they already have so many works, right? Okay, so that's conclusion. So I just want to make sure that that we have the data that we can use to train the AI, and the data should be relevant to whatever problem that we want to solve. If we want to solve the problem about the healthcare in Indonesia, of course, the data should be coming from the Indonesian, health information. And last but not least, maybe I just, I do believe the Institute Ilmu Kesehatan and Teknologi Muhammadiyah Palembang can play an important role in advancing healthcare in Indonesia by producing well-trained healthcare professionals, by producing skillful IT professionals for healthcare industry, by producing graduates who are capable in creating innovation in the healthcare industry, and by exploring current technologies such as artificial intelligence for its creative use in the healthcare. And last but not least, I am as a diaspora of Indonesia in the US, and also a member of Muhammadiyah, and with other member of Muhammadiyah in the US. Welcome any collaboration. So feel free to contact us to discuss about possibility how we can help IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang to excel in to be more successful in the future. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, give applause to our first speaker from United States of America. Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Halbana Tarmizi, for a lovely and interesting presentation talking about healthcare data and AI, and how the intervention of the AI in the industry, especially we need to know the limitation of AI in our industry. Thank you, sir. We'll have our discussion after all speaker present their presentation. So if you have any question, please hold. We move on to another speaker first, and then after that we have open discussion. Okay, we move on to our second speakers, Professor Dr. Farida Muhammad Said. She's a lecturer from Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And I will tell about his education background. She finished a PhD in Community Education and Development from University Putra, Malaysia in 2012. And also she took Master of Community Health from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2002, and Advanced Post Basic Certificate in Public Health Nursing from Ministry of Health Malaysia in 1998. And a lot of publication, and also have a lot of experiences that I cannot mention one by one because a lot of publication and experience that she had. Please let us welcome our second speaker, Professor Dr. Farida Muhammad Said. Please come forward and present about your presentation. Give applause everyone to our second speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Said. Prof did not bring the connector to the laptop.
Sini
Yang di situ datang. PPT.
ada on. Kan ada.
Konektornya
Ini boleh pakai USB.
USB.
Type C pun boleh. Ada. Punya. Oh, okey. Ada USB. Ini ada. Type C. Perlu. Ada. Sebentar ya. Halo, Assalamualaikum. Sementara menunggu technical ini ya, kita relax sikit sebab saya pun berdebar-debar ya. Ini ialah yang pertama, the first international conference. So congratulations for this able to produce one international conference. It's a very good, very hard work. Saya minta maaf ya, saya enggak berbahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris ya. Boleh? Enggak boleh?
Petek, petek, petek. Cik, Allah ciannya. Oh, keluar dulu ya kita ya. Nanti kalian meeting. Keluar, Sek.
Sementara menunggu, kita boleh take 5 ya. Mungkin yang sudah hypo, ya, ataupun sudah hyper, so you can have some rest. Maybe
Maybe you wanna have ice breaking, Prof, for the audience.
yes, ice breaking ya. Kita mau kena ada ice, baru kita pecah-pecah. Ya. So anything, any ice breaking?
I give it to you. Or Prof Sandeep maybe. You always do ice
So
breaking,
any
right, Prof?
question, any ice breaking you want to ask, any question? Saya bukan, ya?
Maybe Mr. Supron want to guide us.
Okey. Minta maaf, ice breakingnya sudah dihentikan. Sebab kita boleh mula.
Okay, Prof, you can proceed to your presentation.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekali lagi ya. Before I start, I think saya berbahasa Indonesia dulu ya, berbahasa Malaysia. I would like to thank our rector here, Mr. Henry, for inviting me and Prof. Sandeep. And thank you for being our student in Lincoln University College. And we hope that we can produce more of those PhD scholars from this Muhammadiyah, inshallah. All right, and thank you for all those committee who has been working very hard, and congratulations for managed to having this program successfully. All right. So to start with, I'm going to have some introduction in terms of this conference. And maybe I'm a bit out of the topic, but this is very relevant to our, particularly in the healthcare system, all right? So my topic will be the innovation of smart health education and promotion in personalized patient self-control for successfully sustained quality of life in Industry 5.0 era, all right? Okay, to start with, I'm going to describe a bit of this development of Society 5.0 for the quality of life. If we are talking about the development of Society 5.0, it does improve the quality of life of the society. Why? If you look at from the Society 1.0, from the hunting, you know how to do the hunting? It's not that easy. They have improved their life. You see, they can have improved their life up to currently. We are moving to Society 5.0. What do you mean and what do you understand and how do you translate 5.0? 5.0 society is industry society whereby they want to improve the quality of life through making all those work that we are doing much, much easier. Do you agree with me? Yes. All right. Oh, ini digital nggak ada digital di situ. Alright. So this is all about the development of society 5.0. In other words, I can summarize it is. Okay. So in other words, I can summarize it is part of the way of life to make it much, much simpler and how to manage our daily life. Alright. Now I would like to touch a bit on the digitalized of healthcare system in Indonesia, because I read through that, and now what happened is that Indonesia is moving towards the digitalization hospital or the healthcare. Indonesia Ministry of Health has put the role of leveraging the digital healthcare to provide universal, affordable and equitable quality care to all the Indonesians. So in that blueprint, it includes the digital health transformation strategies, transform the healthcare deliveries in Indonesia to be more effective, efficient, equitable and affordable, as well as importantly is about the quality. So we want to have a good quality of healthcare services as well as effective and efficient. Indonesian health services, HRS, also have to be improved so that it can go to paperless like any other hospital throughout the world. And then they also want to improve on the citizen health application, whereby simple, integrated, personal health service platform for the citizen. This is very important because now we can see that based on the current situation, COVID-19 has led because we can see that COVID-19 has teach us that remote patient care is very essential, all right? And digital health ecosystem, that means encourage the implementation of health innovation. So there's no point of us to improve on all those systems whereby the digital health ecosystem is not friendly enough. In other words, is that not everybody is able to access all those digitalization, all right? So why is it important for the Indonesia Ministry of Health to improve on this digitalization? Because broaden and acceleration the digital transformation on health because of the following. You can see that. Tidak. Tak aktif ya? Okey. Dia itu ya, mungkin caranya. Yang di mana ya? Di sini ya? Alright, okay. Alright. Okay, mengapa? Why is that it is important for the healthcare system to improve in terms of health digitalization? One, because in 2035, the number of Indonesian citizens will be increased, right? So you can see from the slides, it's going to be 300 million, which is much, much more than currently. And then number two is that in future, in 2035, you're going to have a lot of those older generation. Am I right? So now currently it is experienced by the Japanese countries, right? Number three is that you need to improve the healthcare system because currently, according to the data, shows that the Indonesian healthcare system need to be improved. Similarly, in terms of the capacity as well as the innovation. So what are the areas that they need to improve? They have to improve the patient access, navigation, and retention, as well as providing the seamless care across the system. All right? Making primary and basic sanitary care much more affordable and delivered in the closer at home. So this is what happened during COVID. We learned that we need to provide the healthcare in terms of closer to the patient or at home only. All right? Growing breakthrough ideas and innovation and getting them out into the world for a greater impact. That means that once the healthcare system in Indonesia must be well recognized with any other countries. Okay? Improving the equity and clinical outcome, because that is the trend now, and developing new revenue resources to fund their more of that tour partnership. All right? All right. Why transformation and digitalization? Again, I am reinforcing that the world is going for digital age as the 4.0 to 5.0 industrial revolution. Okay? Number two, modern world is the result of this innovation. Am I right? The modern world leads to the innovation, and innovation is associated with the new world, right? And when you have innovation, definitely you need to have transformation. Okay? Transform every facet of daily life, from reshaping decision making, enhance the experience, creating new business models to optimize, right? You say optimize the value for unprecedented level of efficiency. So we want to improve on the efficiency. So in other words, innovation will shape our future quality of life. Right? Okay. So just to have a bit of idea how fast is Indonesia with the digital transformation, if you can see, Indonesia is also at par with any other countries. They are moving towards the digital technology. However, they have some, what you call that, variation. Of course, like any other countries, those in the urban area, they have a better technology usage compared to the rural area. All right? And digital technology in Indonesia also can see how much that the technology have influenced in all different aspects of business. And once there is a good business, that means there is a good quality of life. So this is just a summary of healthcare system. So we start to compare between Indonesia and Malaysia healthcare system. And the thing is that when you want to compare between two countries, you have to look at a different, many aspects. So for instance, in Malaysia, we already have our telemedicine, we already have our paperless university 10 years ago. So I'm sure university in Indonesia also they are moving towards that. All right? All right. So now I'm going to the patient's quality of life. This is my area that I'm going to discuss. If you want to go into the quality of life, we are talking about the quality. So the quality of service influence on the quality of life of your patient. Okay? So when the patient is satisfied with your quality of services, definitely they're going to comply with all the treatments. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm going to bring some of those issues with, especially in the healthcare system, whereby we have a lot of those non-compliance to the treatment. Am I right? That is where we have a lot of problems in terms of the non-compliance leading to a lot of complication. All right? So you see that service process that impact on customer experience and satisfaction, which can lead to the quality of life. So according to the studies, they said that the one problem that the patient always complain is about the uncertainty, or they are not sure of what to do because they have lack of information of what they're supposed to do and what happened to them. So how are we going to improve their quality of services and quality of life? We have to provide the information which can be managed by them. So now another solution is that they have to have the information giving through the mobile application. And number two is that the delivery process. They have a lot of delivery process because of poor data. As what you mentioned about earlier on by the speakers, data is very important. When you do not have a very good data, then you cannot process. So that is one of the reasons why patients' delivery process is always delayed. So the outcome is we have to improve on the delivery of that data. Similarly, they said on-time delivery. So when you have poor system, you're going to have a lot of failure in terms of the services provided. Okay. So and another one in terms of solution tree. Oh, this is the same. I have a mistake. So another word is that you need to have a lot of data system to improve the healthcare management. All right. So again, now I want to stress again why is the transformation of healthcare is very important. Okay, this is very important because as I mentioned earlier on, in future we're going to have substantial numbers of both the young, the one that the one that below 50 and also those above 60. We're going to have the same number of people in your population that going to be problematic, because this is what's happening in Japan. So because what is the problem that you're going to face? Because you're going to have a lot of those geriatric and palliative care for this type of patient, especially the old people. And we do not have substantial number of people who's going to look after them. See? All right? And number two is that you have, in future, we're going to have a lot of those communicable disease and non-communicable disease. Currently, what we face is that so many of non-communicable disease, like hypertension, diabetes, and so on. But in future, we're going to have the same number of that communicable disease. For example, currently we have that COVID-19, which almost sweep out almost 1/3 of the population. And in the future, we're going to have a lot of the mental health care because of the current challenges in the world. Okay, we need to have a mental health because of the increased urbanization, service orientation, awareness, as well as the current challenges. All right. And the last one is that currently you can see in Asia we have a lot of those middle income who can afford to have the services and they want to have a better service quality. All right. All right. So what does that healthcare benefit from this digital era? So we can see that the future of AI is accelerating, especially in the healthcare. Digitalization helps the healthcare industry to reduce cost and manpower shortage to enhance patient outcome. We know that currently we have so many shortage of the nurses as well as from any side of those medical health personnel. It also enhanced the process of healthcare delivery system by producing efficient and effective outcome in less time to meet patient demand. Remember, I mentioned earlier on, one of the complaints by the patient is that long waiting hours, long waiting appointment, and so on for their treatment. So when you use this digital, so you can reduce that burden. Okay? Significantly extend the healthy lifespan and quality of life by tackling the underlying biology of aging and therefore postponing the concept of several age-related conditions as well as disease-related issues. Technology also addresses the greatest unmet need, okay? Non-compliance, defaulters as no-show, etc. So we hope that by digital, we're going to have all this solved, right? By 2040, new technologies would reduce the total burden of disease by 6 to 10%. Okay, what are the innovations? I think earlier on, our speakers already mentioned a few of those innovations. Okay, we're going to have artificial intelligence, AI, we have virtual reality, we have Internet of Things, we have augmented reality as well as robotic in our healthcare system. So, what are we supposed to do? What are the healthcare providers to do? They need to have innovation and transformation of the healthcare. However, the innovation must not only focus only one area. They have to improve the IT, that means IT innovation. They have to improve on the technology innovation as well as the services and the business innovation. Because currently, if you look at the healthcare system, it is no longer of just a healthcare system, it is also part of the business, right? So I'm not going to go in details on all those areas. It has been explained earlier on. Okay, what IT innovation? I think everybody knows that in IT innovation, it includes mobile health, cloud computing, big data, IoT, O2O, and AI. And in business innovation is involved with the green hospitals and CSR and marketing innovation, supply chain management, lean management, and risk management. All right. In the technology innovation, like what been mentioned earlier on, now we are more focusing on the wearable technology, robotic, right? So now everybody, I'm sure, look at your hand, everybody is using, not everybody, many of you are using the mobile health digital watch, no more conventional watch, right? You have VR and AR for training, you have 3D printers for diagnostic and treatment, artificial organ, and regenerative medicine. So they have all those things. This is already a current, that is nothing new now. So I'm not going to, all right? Okay, this is what I'm just telling you. It's very difficult, I have to manage two things. So digital is very important so that it can be done efficiently. Okay. In terms of the service innovation, so this is very much closer to us, patient-centered care, all right? This is the innovation that we have to improve, and service design, patient empowerment, as well as patient safety. So in healthcare innovation and revolution, focus on providing personalized patient-centric. Because now, as I mentioned earlier on, many of those people who can afford a quality of services, and they want to have a good quality of service. That is what we need to have, a patient-centric patient care, all right? Providing a better quality life, ability to provide accurate information, and digital monitoring all the activities. So just for a brief recap, service innovation of health for quality of life. So now I think everybody is aware that telemedicine is already in progress. E-pharmacy is also now already ongoing, whereby you do not have to wait for a long queue in order to get your medication. And digital therapeutic also already in the market. It is the next big thing, providing treatment directly to patients using evidence-based software and prevent problems like diabetes and obesity. Smartphone and healthcare apps are expected to increase the growth of the digital therapeutic market. Major drivers in healthcare sectors. All right. Okay, so now we are talking about the smart wearable. I'm sure, as I mentioned earlier on, everybody has that smart wearable gadgets with you, such as fitness trackers, smartwatches, and medical products to monitor own health status and fitness regularly. Smart wearable handy for patient self-control, health parameters such as heart rate, blood pressure, and sleep. All right. Medical value travel, as I mentioned earlier on, nowadays, hospital management is not only on treating the patient, but it is also about the business, all right? Medical value travel, whereby now you can see that we have these medical tourism and hospital tourism, so this is all about the medical value travel. Public-private partnership. Okay, this is what I'm going to stress more. Public-private partnership is about the model in the next evaluation, improving the access to care as well as the quality of care. It will give more flexibility to innovate and expertise of the private sector in developing successful organization and quality of care. Why I want to focus on this? Because previously, when I have my students who are doing on the digital application for the patient self-care, so majority was asking, can a nurse develop application? Okay, what do you think? Definitely the nurse is not going to develop the application, but they have to work smartly with the expert of that application or the digital application. All right. Okay, now this is the area that I'm going to stress more, self-driven healthcare, whereby in Society 5.0 is the is an aspect of healthcare delivery that can support people in becoming more engaged in their own health and well-being, management rather than being passive receiver of the healthcare. So in future, this is where we're going to have that application, self-application, where the patient is able to manage their own health by themselves. Anywhere, is it in the hospital, is it at home, or is it in the office, all right? Okay, this is what I'm talking about, self-driven healthcare. It has been introduced in UK, so it is something that needs to be explored by us, whereby health record personnel feedback action, promote and adopt of healthcare behavior, data share option under secure dashboard. All right, view personalized risk score. Okay, when they use that gadget, you can assess your own risk. Okay, there is a micro learning to promote self-care capacity. That means when you want to know whether if you have this high risk, what are you supposed to do? And signpost to relevant product and services, physically activity trackers like POCT, IVD, and home monitoring devices. So whenever it is you are identified to be high risk, they're going to have some indicators. Where are you going to get all those services? That is very good. Self-reported mood trackers as well as environmental data. Okay, we also would like to have current application whereby you can monitor your mood. That will be very good, especially when you are under stress. So you should be able, to identify, are you in that high category of stress or are you in the low category of stress, so that you can have what we call that way of how to distress yourself. All right. All right. So back to the future, many research have been done, many studies have been done that the future is about the AI and so on. All right. All right. So now I would like to look into what are the innovation of self-directed health for quality of life in hypertension. Okay, I have a student who do on this, what we call that, the effect of self-care management, e-telemonitoring application on blood pressure control and adherence to hypertension management. This is very important because the thing is that we have many issues with the non-compliance, and when there is no non-compliance, that will affect on the quality of life. Not only the quality of life of the patients, but also the quality of life of the healthcare personnel. So this is done whereby with the collaboration of these IT experts, and the role of the nurse is to provide all those content for the application. So when they did that, and they found that it is much improved in terms of the quality of life, not only after the intervention, a few months after intervention, what we call that, the compliance and the control of the hypertension has been sustained. All right. Another innovation of self-directed health for quality of life in acute cardio-coronary syndrome. So this is done by one of the students who have application, what we call that, developed. So again, with the collaboration, the partnership with that, the IT people, and the result was that the patients are able to detect early signs and symptoms of acute coronary syndrome, so that they can overcome the problem, so they do not have any complication of heart attack. So this is a very good innovation. Another innovation in terms of pregnancy, this is all about maternal and child health. So this is by developing birth preparedness and complication readiness screen model based on Android application in reducing maternal and neonatal mortality. So based on this application, they found that the patient are able to identify whether they are at risk, one. So when they are at risk, they should be able to identify what are the treatment that they should go. And at the end outcome is that all those high-risk cases are being, delivered safely, compared to those who are using the conventional or the non-digital or non-self device. So they found that, those with the control who are not with the application, they are 3 times higher risk of getting complication during the pregnancy, 3.3, and the child, have 0.3 to 2 times of child mortality. So it is a very good application for controlling the maternal mortality and morbidity. So it does improve on the quality of life of pregnant women. All right. So I'm going to end this one. What is the current trend in healthcare? Soon we're going to see not the helicopter, we're going to see drone is sending all the medication, and we're going to see all those robotic surgeries, which is already in the trend. We're going to have our injection given by the robot. Hopefully he knows how the robot know about the empathy. Yeah? And what are the future healthcare? We don't know what is the future health. Oh, sorry. Okay. So this is innovation of hypertension, where they are able to control the hypertension. Sorry, all right. So this is the innovation of acute coronary syndrome early detection, so they can prevent heart attack. And this is the innovation of quality of life for the pregnant woman, so that you can prevent maternal mortality and morbidity as well as pediatric. So this is where I said you can improve on the, I think in Indonesia, the maternal mortality is still very high. Okay. So what is the trending now? We are talking about the mini helicopter will send all those medication or send anything to you to your house, and we have robotic doing the surgery, and we also have the nurse who is robotic, who's going to give you injection, and we also going to have our future of health. So we don't know, it can be anything that can be very innovative, right? So in summary, gone are the days where artificial intelligence was considered as a science fiction, right? So there's no more science fiction, it is reality now. Increasing seeing real-world impact of AI across various healthcare industries. Digital transformation transformed the previous of healthcare by enabling the provision of accessible, affordable, and quality health to the people. Remember, in any types of hospital, we should provide that quality healthcare services. AI is helping hospital, diagnostic lab, and pharmaceutic in various ways, along with covering the key AI in healthcare, including the big data. Okay? So advance in AI has accelerated the innovation landscape in the healthcare, resulting in improved health outcome and quality of life, patient while reducing the cost of providing healthcare. So now all the hospital is thinking about reducing the health costs, right? Okay. Something to think, I think they were asking, would you let a robot lawyer defend you, or you prefer to have a real lawyer to defend you? So which one do you trust? The robotic lawyer or the human lawyer? So who will prefer to have a human lawyer? Put up your hand. Human lawyer. Who prefer to have a robotic lawyer? No one? Nobody. Why? Why you want to have human lawyer, not the robotic? I prefer to have robotic because robotic they don't know how to ask extra. You program. All right, so you have to think about that. All right, with that, thank you for your attention. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, give applause to our second speaker, Prof. Farida Muhammad Said. Thank you, Prof, for the nice and interesting presentation talking about innovation of smart health education and promotion, especially in era 5.0, and talking also about digitalized and also healthcare with digital in new era. A lot of things we can learn from Prof. Farida presentation because it's happened nowadays, especially in the hospital, also for nursing and laboratory as well, Prof. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. We will have our discussion after all speaker will present their presentation. So if you have any question, please hold. We will have another discussion session, but for now, we move on to third speaker. Thank you, Prof. Farida. You may sit again to your place. Okay, please welcome our third speaker, Professor Dr. Sande Podar from Lincoln University, Malaysia. Prof. Sande, please, you can come forward. Okay, Professor Dr. Sande Podar, current position as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation in LUC, Lincoln University, Malaysia, also Executive Editor in Lincoln University College for publication. So if you want to publish your articles, especially in SCAPAS, you can contact Professor Dr. Sandep to help you to publish your article. And education background, Professor Dr. Sandep finished BSc in Zoology from University of Calcutta, Kolkata, India. Also, he took a Magister in Zoology from Dayalbag Educational Institute in India and finished PhD in Zoology also from University of Calcutta, Kolkata, India. Okay, while our speaker still prepare for his presentation, we will wait until the PPT slide is ready. So I hope you will listen, and if you have any question, we will open our discussion after the last speaker will come and present his presentation. Okay, Prof. Sandep, are you ready? Okay. Please welcome our third speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Give applause to our speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Aristo, and of course the organizer, especially our rector, Mr. Harry, and the Ms. Rosmiatri for calling us, Dr. Farida and me, and all the organizing committee. And thank you, the IT team, for the support. I don't want to extend much time because, as Prof. Farida told, there is ice breaking session, but if the ice breaks here, more water will come. So we can think about the 6D technology, that ice is here and breaking down, no water. So we are here on the discussing on the same topic as our Professor Dr. Halbana from USA talk on AI technology, and also Prof. Farida just now talked about the advancement of AI technology and use of robotic technology. I also present the same topic. So it will be boring for all of you. But as the theme of the conference is health innovation to improve quality of life in Industry 5.0, so we have to talk on the same thing again and again. So please, next slide. Oh. This one. Okay. So we are talking about the challenges faced by the health workers and the development of Industry 5.0. You want to bring here? So, challenges faced by the health workers, as we are discussing here in the today's conference. What are the challenges as we are facing promoting the health of patients? One is social conditions, that includes the social circumstances and depression of the patients, challenges in the home and understanding the fearful behavior. Next is mental health status of patients, depressions. Suppose a old patient, he already depressed that I am no longer going to survive. I cannot walk, I cannot see, so I better die. So that type of depression always happen for the geriatric patients. Then denial, that usually suppose a big tree don't want to bend. A small tree can bend itself. A big tree don't want to bend. So if I tell one aged person, move, change his feeding habit, he will not bend. He will stick to his own diet, that I will not take this new diet. So this medicine I don't want to take. I will take all medicine together. I don't want to take 5 times. So that type of stigma they have. Even for the vaccination, we have seen that many aged person basically, they don't want to take the booster dose, even the first vaccine dose also. Even I think Prof. Farida also don't want to take, even not so aged. So empathy is shown by the health workers. Then patient adherence, lack of patient's compliance and lack of understanding. All of us face during our care for patients. Then challenges faced and continuing, that work environment, that workload and expectations of the health workers and employers. That is one of the major factors what the health workers faced during the clinical period with the patients. Then communication breakdown, that is perceived rudeness of patients. Patients may fire the health workers, that I don't want that type of attitude. Then, as I told, patient interaction and stigma associated with certain illness, like example TB, HIV, etc. And lack of education in community members. So, these are all the challenges faced in the health professional during the patients. And then challenges typical faced by the promotion of self-health is inactive self-management, the lack of self-care, lack of motivation, and personality challenges. So, when we are talking about different types of facilities, we can see this type of picture in Indonesian picture, I think, during COVID, that we have to take proper precaution of our self-health when we are providing the service to the community or the patient. Of course, we are wearing PPE and gloves, and not only health worker means that only the health workers working inside the hospital, outside the security forces, all are called as health workers. And of course, there is that need for the support, the PPE and other gloves and other materials, that also need. And who are the frontliners? Frontliners are the nurses and the health workers again, where the patients come and directly meet. Suppose this is our student in the vaccination camp in COVID. So, Lincoln University College student. So, when the patient come, they directly meet with that health worker in front. So, they are facing the challenges how to behave and how to take care of the patient and how to follow up the procedures. And in the background, there are laboratory health workers. They are doing the analysis. They are doing the analysis of different samples of HIV, TB, and other diseases. So they are prone to be affected by that type of infectious disease if they don't take care properly precautions. So the concept of 5.0 is it is contribution of industry to society. This is the main objective of Industry 5.0, and it places the well-being of the workers. So if the worker is unhealthy, worker is get affected, they cannot provide service anymore. So we have to take care of the worker, personalized, and with the uses of new technologies. So this is the main concept of 5.0, and as 4.0 was there already, it is a transition from the 4.0 to a human-centric version. So we are thinking about the human health, and it is more on resilient technologies and sustainable technologies that which will support the human health worker force personalized way. So now, I don't want to discuss so much. Promotes the talents, diversity and empowerment, then agile, resilient and flexible, adaptable technology, people, planet and profit, the 3 key factors, and of course, 17 sustainable SDG goals of United Nations. This is the main characters which is supporting by the 5.0. Now, you can see this picture that long back, we are using that alarm clock. Mr. Bean is using the alarm clock. But now we are using the AI device, AI technology for the alarm clock. So this is the replacement that we are facing, we are involving during the industry evolution. So now we are using AI technology in everywhere. And this Industry 5.0 reflects the shift from focus of economic value to a focus of societal value. So, and a shift in focus of welfare to human being. So maybe as we are just now discussing that lawyer you want personal, physical or virtual. So it may be Industry 5.0 will tell, yes, we need virtual lawyer, not personal lawyer, physical lawyer, human-centric, no. Because the human may have different types of attitude, but machine will not have different type of attitude. They will only support what they can. Maybe not so much personalized. If the software is so much personalized, it can be so much personalized. There is no issue, but it will not oppose the function anyway in the process. So it will support in healthcare system the United Nations main goal, the healthcare, goal number 3, the good health and well-being. So what we have in this 5.0 in medical field is smart sensors, 4D CT, 4D MRI, advanced imaging, holography, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data analysis, additive manufacturing, smart material, 4D printing and collaborative robots. So all this is used in today's world, but main thing is big data analysis. Wherever we go, we have a card and they take all the data of the patient, that when the patient is coming, before they come, in now what is happening, if the patient come to doctor, they previously check their disease in the internet, that what is the cause of my disease, what is the probable remedies. So all this search record will come to doctor before the patient arrives. This is the analysis of big data, but in a bigger sense. So this is the implementation of, like you can tell, ChatGPT and etc. So digitally assist the customer and highly personalized requirement, as I told before. So there's the revolution is there, as I told you that industry 1.0 is steam engine, etc. Now it is already cyber, physical and cognitive system, green manufacturing and cultural collaboration and mass customization, the down one. So as just now Farida also told that robotic support during the COVID time we have seen in Italy that doctors is replaced by the robot that is going and giving the care for the patient, because if other health worker go, he may infected. So without getting the health workers infected, they are controlling the robot from outside and the patient is getting served. Same thing like this robo-bear, first one is carrying a patient, lifting. Suppose we are lifting a patient, sometimes the health workers may feel waist pain and back pain. So it will damage the health workers for work service for 7 days or something. So a robo-bear will not have that type of problem. So a robo-bear the health worker can tackle the robo-bear to lift the patient. And also there are many robotic bed also now coming up, already there, that patient change bed by the robotic system. They don't have to use any like robo-bear or something. The patient bed will be changed automatically. Next is the care of patients by the robotic face, and the robot will take care of the patient's old age patient, and the persons or family members cannot come by leaving the work. So and the doctors also not come always, but the robotic assistants can talk with the patients always. And from very far, the patient's family member also can talk beside the patient bed. So this will give a mental support, boost up the mental support of the patient. And of course, the pharmacy and that other support system by the robots in hospital care already there. And as AMBO bot and automated external defibrillator is there. As Prof. Farida telling that using helicopter to bring the medicine, and here you can see the drone checking where is the affected patient. Suppose the affected patient in the roadside getting sudden heart cardiac pain, then the robot can go directly and show a video to that type. They are present, the persons present beside the patient, how to take care. Then that local support system can save the patient's life in the spot where no doctor can reach immediately, but the drone can reach. So this is the advancement of the AI technology and of course the Industry 5.0, which is taking care of the patient. And of course sterilization robot, reception robot in hospital, and of course future nursing, telehealth, robotic sample taking, and of course the sterilization and other things. Sample, what you call, it is in Singapore airport, the temperature monitoring by robot. And we are using the apps, as we know that in Indonesia we have Go-Linguini app, I think. We have in Malaysia is My Sejahtera app, like that apps we are using in controlling our healthcare. RoboBear I already shown. So the phone discovered by Graham Bell in 1876, the first industry revolution. Now it is changed to a personalized system of COVID-19 app and what you call now chatting, everything different. Like the diabetic monitoring app, as Prof. Farida is also now telling also that other apps also there that we have using in Indonesia, that My Sehat app or something, which we can monitor our diabetic patient very far from our place. So a diabetic patient, blood pressure, blood sugar, fluctuation or diet control, everything we can control through the app. So the phone is transformed to another device. So this is the industry revolution 5.4. So like this, the My Sejahtera app, as I told, is a personalized care of the patients. It will tell every patient's different vaccination status, where they are going, everything. Same thing, not only this My Sejahtera app, simply if you tell Google, all of you have Google account, Gmail account, so every month I am getting a report of email that where is I am going. So suppose I am spending 15 minutes in this hall, the Google will tell, yes, I am in this hall for 15 minutes. I have traveled this new hotel, Wyndham Hotel for this night. I have stayed this room for 20 minutes. All detailed report Google is giving. That I cannot go anywhere. Even I go to any mama shop or any restaurant, any roadside shop, Google is giving that detail. That I have traveled in this shop, new first time for 10 minutes. The full detail of my work can be seen in Google report. So you can check in your Google report that what is they are giving for you. So everything is monitored now. And that is the personalized behavior we can take out from the help of the Google. So the temperature can be checked, as we know already. And the discovery of PCR in 1984. Many of you don't know maybe, Carey Mullis, he discovered the PCR in 1984. And within that, now it is after 40 years, now every corner of our society have PCR. They're doing COVID testing, everything. So it is a part and parcel PCR now. So how the technology, he discovered that DNA replication technology, PCR, polymerase chain reaction, now it is implemented in the society. So this is the revolution and use of the discovery in the academic section. So these are the PCRs. And of course, area of impact of AI in healthcare as per McKinsey and company, that chronic care management, self-care prevention, triage and diagnosis, of course diagnosis, then clinical decision support and care delivery. So this all is taking care by the IT companies like IBM, McKinsey. They are looking how we can tackle these type of factors. So there are of course some good points and of course some pros and cons actually we can tell. So what are the challenges? Challenges of Industry 5.0 is how we can get a skilled workforce to develop this type of software. If a software for health worker, if I telling that the robot will take blood, so the robot should know how to take blood, from where. He cannot cut the throat and take the blood. So we have to, the IT person have to talk with the medical person and join hand by hand to develop that type of software. That he will take this vein and this vein, what is that, if it is child, where they will found, it is in femoral bone, femoral cap, or it from hand, or it from here. So they have to know, and that type of knowledge should be supported by the health worker to the IT person. So a proper soft skills and programming of industrial robot need, and these are the challenges that need to collaboration and of course require investment and etc. So these are the opportunity of different Industry 5.0 we have to use in our future generation. And of course we are using more and more mobile, as we can see in this hall also during lecture session, online session going on, and all of us is watching mobile phone. I have shared the photos. All of you can see the photo that all of us is using mobile, even myself, because I am taking photo with the mobile. I am not listening to lecture. So this is one barrier in our life is taking up, that I am not talking with my next person. I am not talking and discussing about the thing. I am thinking different things. So there is a mental obstruction and mental depression comes up in our life. So the normal development, you can see one side of the screen, the small kid, also getting you can tell?
What is it, Prof?
Means attached, getting attached with the mobile devices every time. So we are working for the sustainable United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Goal number 1 is zero poverty. Goal number 2, zero hunger. Goal number 3 is good health. Number 4 is quality education. We are academic section. We are providing quality education, but we cannot think that if a person don't have money to take food, he will have a good health. And if a person don't have money to eat, don't have money for his health support, he cannot continue his education. So he cannot come for education if they don't have money. And if they don't have education, they cannot get good health support, they cannot produce their own food, they will be poor every time. So all these goals are interlinked with each other. So goal number 1 is linked with goal number 2, goal number 2 is linked with goal number 16, 17, like that. Life on earth, goal number 15, life on the land is supported by life below water, goal number 14. So we are talking about don't use plastic, etc., because it will damage the world. So all of us is working together and working for the collaboration in goal number 17. So from the academia, we should look after the industry out of our window that what is the need for the society, and we have to work together to overcome these challenges, and we have to move forward. So I think all of you is thinking that what is this? The person is having nice tie, or I am hungry, as I see the many persons hungry already. So not yet done. So should I buy?
3 minutes remaining, Prof.
No, already 3 minutes remaining.
Yes.
Okay, so if remaining, then I can show the book. The book is here. In this computer, I have the bring here. Go to chapter 17, please. Oh, chapter 17? No, first one. First one, finger one. Go to chapter 17. Go to content. Content go down. Go down. Down. 17. Up. We go to content, yes. Chapter 13, you click on chapter 13. 13, yes, click. Just click on that, 13. Click. Click on 13, no, down one, 13 one. 13. 13, 1 3. Click. Yes. So this is the article I have written during the COVID period last year in January. So when the COVID is just going to move and we are in quarantine, just moving out, we are using different types of devices to make ourselves quarantine. So the technology-based management I can go down one by one, slowly go down. Yes. Go up, go down. Yes. Go down. So this is the wait. This is the different apps used in different countries to fight with the COVID. Next, go down and release date also there. Wait. This is the RFID based band, which is Malaysia used, and it is my hand picture. On my hand, the picture. So this is the device they give to keep me inside our house. I cannot go out. So go down. Yes, this is the RFID tracker system. I have to put on my table, means one side of the table, and cannot move. So if I go out, that system will crack. So this is the tracking system used to keep a person inside the home quarantine system. So this is just an example of AI technology we are using to control the COVID-19 spreading. So next, please. Okay. Okay. So another chapter also there. I am not showing another book also there. Another book can show. Just close. Go chapter 1. Go down. Directly. Scroll down. Down. Yes. So this also discussed about the sustainable healthcare in artificial intelligence. So you can read these chapters later on. I'm not spending time because again, if I spend time, then I am in between you and lunch. So all of us should focus on different types of aspects. All of us have different types of attitude and thinking behavior. So we should think differently and different ways, and that one we should present to everybody. That is should be our motto, so that we can develop a new idea to fight back, and this will generate the networking and system. Okay? Stop. So my slide. So for that, we need networking and collaboration in every corner of our health society and IT and everybody, that they should give their perception. Suppose a room is cleaned by the cleaner. So what is the difficulty by the cleaner? So that cleaner should give his difficulty, and that we have to understand, and we have to take care of that cleaner, how he can be safely work and support our system, our community. So not that only that we think about myself, we have to think about all of our health workers and community. And thank you again to IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang for inviting us and giving me the opportunity to come here and meet all of you. And also I like to invite all of you to visit Lincoln University College Malaysia. It is 5-star ranked by the Ministry of Education, and Times Higher ranking also there, and US ranking, many other things. And we are not talking about, already Prof. has shown some publications and patents, etc. You can view in our website. We have our own journals. As you know, that one journal, Malaysian Journal of Nursing, already in Scopus Index. And also we have Malaysian Journal of Medical Research and also business journals. So these are all, and different books we also publishing, different types. You can see in elucp.net, the website. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay. Give applause to Professor Dr. Sandi Podar. Yeah, very nice presentation talking about health innovation to improve quality of life in 5.0 era. And I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, and also the participant in the Zoom room. But please hold, if you have a question, you can write in the chat room, or for you in this auditorium, you can raise your hand later on after we have another speaker from Australia. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Sandi Podar. You may go back to your seat. Okay, now we move on to our last speaker in session 1. Please welcome Professor Brett Williams from Monash University, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. His current position as Director International Engagement in School of Primary and Allied Healthcare from Monash University, Melbourne, Victoria. Without further delay, please, Professor Brett Williams, the time is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Prof. We can hear you very clear. You may proceed to your presentation. Thank you.
Are you happy if I share the slides from my end?
Okay, wait for a while, Prof. Okay.
Yeah, just opening up. Bear with me 5 seconds or so.
Okay. Okay, Prof. I think we already opened your slide presentation.
So you can see my presentation?
Yeah, your presentation take around 25 minutes, Prof.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like it's still on my other screen. So yeah, it's better. Okay, that should be working okay?
Yes, Prof.
Great. Well, good morning or good afternoon or good evening or wherever you may be, and hopefully I don't butcher this. Salamat sayang. Hopefully that's close to hello. It's mid-afternoon in pretty cold and gloomy Melbourne, Victoria. I personally thank you for the opportunity to do the presentation today. I certainly wish I was in Indonesia rather than Melbourne, but I do appreciate the invitation and what looks to be a really fascinating set of presentations throughout the day. Hopefully, and apologies if my session might be slightly different from a professional perspective, as is paramedicine or paramedics, and not so focused at all really on a patient focused or facing context, but rather from the workforce as students working and moving into the paramedic workforce as healthcare professionals, and trying to align to the theme of the conference, health innovation to improve quality of life in the industry 5.0. So that's the focus of the talk today. So as the slide says, my name's Brett Williams. I'm the Professor of Paramedicine at Monash University, and more recently I have a new role, the Director of International Engagement on behalf of the School of Primary and Allied Healthcare, which includes paramedics, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, more recently podiatry, social work, medical imaging, and radiation sciences. As I mentioned, the talk's really focused on paramedics and paramedicine, but I hope that you'll be able to see some of the information and some of the empirical data that we collected several years ago that most likely will apply to other allied health professions, regardless of whether it's in Indonesia, the US, Malaysia, Singapore. So here's the outline of the talk. I'll just give you a little bit of context around what we term as paramedicine, ambulance, emergency medical services, EMS. It's all the same meaning, but for us in Australia, we term the phrase of those working in a pre-hospital or out-of-hospital sector as paramedicine, the domain of paramedic practice. Very briefly, what does the literature say about all of this in terms of preparing the new workforce? And what does the theory or the literature describe in terms of attracting individuals to paramedicine?
Probably really importantly, from where I sit as the university, or any training provider for that matter, what messages are we sending about paramedicine as a healthcare profession? Then I'll outline some exploratory data where we'll try to address some of these questions, some discussion points, and then perhaps how we might better prepare students for our profession. And hopefully again, and certainly some of the evidence that we've based our research on is obviously coming from other professions outside of paramedicine, medicine, nursing, physiotherapy, just to name a few. So hopefully the results and the discussion will have some direct meaning and application for the professions that you are attached to. Just very briefly about Monash. So Monash, it's, as you can see, in the southeastern pocket of Australia, we have four main campuses. I'm currently sitting at the one in Peninsula. Monash University is regarded in Australia and internationally as the most international university in this country. We have over 83,000 students, of which around 42% are international, either studying as an international student on the shores of Australia or international students studying offshore. We've got a number of campuses in different countries, China, KL. In fact, KL, Monash Malaysia, just recently this year celebrated its 25th anniversary. We have campus in Mumbai, Prato in Italy, and also Warwick in the UK, with many, many hundreds of partner university partnerships, agreements, MOUs, and the like all around the world. And in context, and probably most important, is the most recent campus, which is not on that initial map, is the main campus that now is residing in Jakarta as a graduate suite of programs. So the intention of Monash building and supporting collaborations and education and research and partnerships, improving quality of health in Indonesia is very, very clear and evident by the large campus that sits there. So some context around, and again, I'll use the word paramedicine, but it means the same as in these pictures at the top I've just taken from, I think it's probably a 118 or a 112, if I've got those numbers correct, from Indonesia, and also a picture there that's taken from Bali, to the picture down the bottom, which is just an example of some ambulance coming out of an ambulance depot in Australia. Now, this is not to say that one is better than the other or one is less effective than the other. It's just to point out that the system here, in context of today's discussion, is important. So in Australia, to work as a paramedic, you have to have a bachelor degree, entry to practice, 3 or a 4-year bachelor program. To work as a paramedic, the term paramedic is actually legislated as law now, so you have to be a registered paramedic under national law to practice and have insignia on your shoulders and the like. All the programs, so there are 17 universities in the country offering paramedic programs. There are actually 19 programs, so it's a very, very popular program, yet with, as I'll illustrate shortly, lots of issues with the profession here, which in my international role, this is not discriminatory for the Australian context, particularly around health and wellbeing, wellness, self-care, PTSD, all of these things that, again, is not discriminatory for Australian paramedics, nor is it in other healthcare professions, as we know, that this is an international issue. This will be the same issues that we face here, or will be the same issues faced in Jakarta, KL, Minnesota, Texas, London. And from an international research perspective, this is important that while the ambulance colours might be different, the training systems might be different, the core of what we do is not at all different. The infrastructure of ambulances here is not run from hospitals like it is in some cases, certainly in Indonesia, as we're, and Malaysia and many other countries. The ambulances are provided by the state from independent, what we call ambulance stations or depots, and the ambulances will either take the patients to the hospital and then return, or they won't take the patients at all to hospital. They might take them to a primary health care clinic or something like that. So the infrastructure and the systems and the models of care are slightly different between here and today's context with you all in Indonesia, Jakarta. And my understanding is that I think it's nurse ambulance officers in Indonesia. Here it's purely paramedics. In fact, we have a lot of nurses who registered nurse who actually transfer and qualify as a paramedic to work independently on the road. So some context there. So for us, and again, as I alluded in the first slide, this background information absolutely applies to medicine, nursing, midwifery, psychology, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and the like. It's actually where we based our initial study from. So for paramedics, and as I mentioned, these are data from our country, but I can tell you that some of these points are absolutely consistent all around the world. So for us, we have the highest, unfortunately, the highest rates of suicide of all health professions. In fact, there's only one other group that sits above that. That's actually veterinary medicine, those who look after animals. We usually have about 3 or 4 times higher suicide, stress, anxiety compared to nursing and medicine, which is an important factor. And as you can see there, rank top 4 of having the worst physical and mental health and lack of job satisfaction, which has been interesting post-COVID as well, which I'll talk to as well. Burnout, fatigue, attrition, poor mental health, particularly exacerbated by the pandemic, which we're seeing elements of still. And then that second last dot point, we were, I guess, proactive enough to look at some examples of the literature and explore some research here at Monash University with our students when we really had to flip all of our education. We're able to get students here 1 day a week, which is, of course, as you're all probably aware, most of the positive outcomes of being at university are the social interaction. So that's been really a big issue, and we're still facing some of that today in our final year groups. So time will tell how that might be received or what outcomes might occur once those alumni obtain employment in some ambulance service, either in Australia or overseas. And hence, obviously, doing the research in the first place, there really is a paucity of any research around the elements of PTSD, stress, anxiety on paramedic students, with a particular focus on actually what that meant for their employment as full-time salaried paramedics. And what is clear, the amount of certain literature, research, interventions around supporting paramedics in the workforce, that is being done quite widely and quite on a large scale, in depth across many countries. So that's not the gap. The gap is the transition from being a student across a training institution like a university or a college or a polytechnic or whatever that might be into the workforce. That is the gap. So we know that you can see on the left, many colleges will have policy documents, infrastructure around supporting paramedics with their day-to-day work. Many ambulance services, certainly in Australia, have the dogs, supportive dogs. So these dogs will be active each day, and they will be coming visit certain branches, and that's been very successful. As what will be known as peer support officers. So a particular case that might be significant in terms of multiple fatalities or quite a distressing scene. Certainly domestic ambulance service in Australia will have a peer support officer, and they will be activated based on that particular call. So that side of the evidence is pretty strong, but as I mentioned, the clear gap is the transition from the students, who are the next generation of paramedic clinicians, and also the next generation of paramedic leaders is clearly not known, and a big opportunity for further research. What attracts people to paramedicine? What attracts people to become a doctor? What attracts people to be an engineer? These traits are based on dispositional psychology and are really not really any different between each profession, except the traits or the person's individual attributes of what attracts them to that particular occupation. And usually that's where those traits are subsequently reinforced, both positively and perhaps negatively. We know that certain traits are considered protective against stress, coping, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism. These things have been well researched in the literature. And really what drives my interest in this space is what's known as these vocational preferences of why people are attracted to certain professions and health professions. And is there an ability for us to facilitate or understand better how that might be associated with better coping, better resilience. And of course, we understand that the issue is very much multi-dimensional, it's very complicated, and other interaction with other constructs such as empathy, compassion, attachment theory, emotional intelligence is absolutely there, and again is part of a large-scale research program to identify these issues. So what attracts people to our profession here? This may sound strange, but it's really made a significant difference to our quality of paramedic students who are entering from either high school, most likely, or from other professions. And that was the TV shows. So the top two across the top of the slide here are from Australia, and the others are US here, and this one's from UK. This one's from Victoria, where I'm currently situated. This is into its fourth season. And following the very first season, we saw a dramatic increase in what we call ATAR, and the ATAR is your high school score when you finish, and higher the score out of 100, the higher performance you've achieved during high school, and you know, whether you get into medicine or law or so on and so forth. We increased our ATAR score by 8 points overnight, not because of my quality of teaching or my colleagues or our innovation to simulation or anything like that. It was purely down to parents and their children or their young adults themselves watching TV shows and go, oh, okay, that's what actual paramedics do. And that's not dissipated since the last 4 years. And we know that's also occurred in other states as well. So Australia, as you know, is a large country. Population-wise, it's quite small, 23 million. At the moment, across the 19 university programs studying to be a paramedic, either 3-year, 4-year, there are 8,500 students. So it's a very, very popular program. And unlike other countries, namely United Kingdom and North America, where they have a huge shortage of paramedics, it's actually completely opposite here. We have a significant oversupply of paramedics, which is very interesting and comes back to programs like this. And if you look back in some of the sociological literature, particularly nursing, it was TV shows that really moved nursing from being the handmaidens into being semi-professions, into being a full profession as well. So not dissimilar, this is what's happened to us here in Australia. Now, what about us at the university, the ambulance providers themselves? You know, what messages do we implicitly or explicitly send about being a paramedic? And as you can see here, you know, we've got action, people, you know, in a rush to go and save someone. We've got here is a large MCI, multi-casualty incident with many victims. You know, to declare the issues that we have. This is our Monash picture. So yes, we're very mindful that we teach paramedics aeromedical retrieval is a graduate program. But of course, the vast majority of first year undergraduate paramedic students, all they want to do is go and work on the helicopter. That's a very far cry from, that's 10 years away. So we're very mindful of showing them those pictures and marketing, because that's actually not realistic for the vast majority of people who do the program or indeed work in the profession itself. And here's another example of a large scale MCI, and really does this, certainly the burden of disease and injury in Indonesia is certainly different to in Australia, so things might be different, but for Australia we have very limited amount of trauma. So the question becomes, do we need to be promoting, sending messages of things that are very, very unlikely to occur? And from an interest point of mine is how does that reflect, or how is that constructively aligned to curriculum? I have a current graduate student doing a PhD looking at a country that has high levels of trauma, significant levels of trauma. And we've reviewed their curriculum, and of course its curriculum is high, very consistent across all levels of their program around trauma education, but almost non-existent when it comes to the non-technical side of the psychological welfare, self-care, in terms of dealing with trauma, which is reflective of an imbalance, certainly in that country. Certainly an issue for us as well, something that we work very hard to identify, that the burden of injury and disease in Melbourne does not mean trauma. It actually means acute on chronic, drug and overdose, mental health issues, social welfare issues. So it's the challenge of the teaching organisation to make sure that the expectations of actually what the job's about is reflected back in the curriculum, and not based on what I did when I started in the ambulance in 1992. This is a real trap, and this is a trap also in other professions, not just what we do here. This excuse me. This provokes a black or white, nothing in the middle, around this notion that what we do is, in the top right, real heroes don't wear capes, and this notion of being heroes, that's loved by some people or others, and I am certainly in this case. I find that really quite offensive, and it's making what we do into something that's really not, really no different to a nurse or a midwife, a psychologist, or an occupational therapist, or a doctor, or a surgeon, or a dentist. We're just doing our jobs, and I think there's some real more work to be done for us around what this notion means. How does the public perceive all of this? Why do some people feel that we need to call ourselves heroes when all we're doing is doing a job with a uniform? And so this provokes, as I say, one or the other, nothing in the middle, and quite strong views, as you could probably tell. There's a really nice paper, again, that also apply to other professions, this issue around this notion of heroism, and what does that mean? How does that, does that indeed provide some sort of protective mechanism? I've certainly worked with people who seem to be bulletproof regardless of what type of trauma they see, and we struggle with that. So there's a lot of work around that.
I'm sorry, Prof. Your time is 5 minutes remaining. Just want
Great, thank you. I'll get into the data now.
Okay,
Perfect
Prof.
timing.
Okay, Prof.
Thanks. So I'll just take you through some quick data we explored about 18 months ago. In this, we were particularly keen around the three factors or facets of cognition, the personality, and these things called occupational preferences, and what association they may have had with resilience, around exploring how this might be seen with a cohort of students at Monash University. What I'm going to do is specifically talk not about the others so much, but talk about this thing called Holland's theory, which is a form of a psychological trait and a typography where it assumes that career choice is an expression of personality, and a good match between personality type and work environment, all things being equal, will lead a person to greater success and or job satisfaction, as you can read. There are limitations with this. It was developed in the US, so there's some contextualized and cultural things to consider, and certainly some professions have moved on from when this was first developed some time ago. And those who've done like a Myers-Briggs type of inventory in the past, this is something very similar in terms of using different letters. And the main letters for paramedics are the realist, R, investigative, and the S, social, RSO. They are the main three that really stand out when students or practitioners do such a inventory like this. These are things that tend to really be the things that stand out to be a paramedic. This is what's been part of Holland's work for many decades. So looking at what clusters around the big five, B5, personality, cognitive styles, the REASEC, which is the Holland topography, which I've just talked to, and how that relates to resilience. Looked at across 264 students at Monash. This is a busy slide, obviously, and I'll get to the one that breaks this down next. But this is looking at the top three traits for the ways of thinking: surgency, idealistic, social thinking here. The big five: extroversion, conscientiousness, neuroticism. And then the last three: realist, investigative, social. So this one's the REASEC, this one's the personality, and this one relates to cognition. And this is the best model, okay? This is the best model based on these three top traits from these other psychological traits. And from the data, as you can see in the yellow, that these are the best fitting traits according to the theories, yet for us, only 9% of the sample achieve that. So that's saying 90% of our cohort being studies are not meeting what historically has meant that these would be the best traits or the most protective for doing the job as a paramedic. Interestingly though, of the 9%, almost 90% matched up with high resilience scores. When we just look at the RIASEC, the Hollands theory on its own, not with the other two, here's the data, and here are the RIS, which I mentioned. They are the three codes that really illuminate and illustrate what it is to be a paramedic. That only represented 21%, so 1 in 5 of our cohort. And again, high resilience scores. So again, meaning that 80% of the cohorts are not meeting that code. So that is of significance for our cohorts and more likely probably, but we will need to follow that with other institutions around Australia and perhaps do some international collaborations as well. So last couple of slides. So we know that between 9 and 20% only of our sample demonstrated the most desirable traits, and of those that did, around that 90 out of 100 scores linked to the high resilience scores. We know that those traits do alter over time with certain interventions. For us, is there a better way to recruit individuals for profession? These are difficult questions around diagnosis and these things. Should we, and we don't, but should we consider doing interviews, MMIs that certainly medicine and physiotherapy do here. Medicine do a thing called situational judgment tests, which I particularly like. And as I mentioned, there's certainly opportunities to explore this type of research across other domains of practice, domestically and internationally. So for us, and hopefully there's been some points that have aligned with the work that you do and the profession you work within. But really, it's about articulating what the profession is really about, not what the TV show shows them or what they see on a movie. Making sure that the curricula is constantly being updated, renewed, making sure that our key stakeholders are part of our discussions, the curriculum, make sure we're not teaching old theory and outdated injury prevention issues. Making sure that we've got appropriate peer support through our programs. So our students, like any students in the health professions, go on placements and internships and make sure that they are not left off that peer review process. We need lots of interactions and social experience at the universities. I think everyone that I'll be trained and educated at uni understand that. Lots of mentorship is a really important thing and often not utilised particularly well in the programs here. And certainly a greater emphasis on the non-technical versus the technical. I think most of us can all put an IV in or an intubation tube, but delivering bad news or being empathetic is often more difficult. So making sure that things like looking after yourself, nutrition, sleep, having hard conversations, mindfulness programs, mental health first aid, being responsible, resourcefulness, how that applies and underpins resilience. Lots of work around compassion, empathy, humanity, and generally being aware of self-care and being aware of self-care of others around you. And that is it. These are my details. Happy to take any questions, happy to receive any emails or WhatsApp calls. Certainly in my role, I'd love to, if you're interested in hearing more about the programs at Monash, particularly paramedics, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, podiatry, medical imaging, social work, please let me know whether it might be a ward course or short course or anything like that. Very happy to entertain that further. Thanks very much for the opportunity to talk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Brett Williams. We're talking about how well are we preparing the workforce for paramedicine, and it's a very interesting topic as well. Thank you so much once again, Professor Brett Williams, for your presentation. Give applause to our last speaker for season 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and also all participants here or also in a Zoom room, we will continue to session 2. We'll be guided by another moderator, Mr. Sukron Eskep, Nurse MNS. Please, Mr. Sukron, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Aristoteles. Tepuk tangan untuk Mr. Aristoteles. Yeah, as the great moderator. Okay, for this term, the second session, we have 4 speakers. For the first speaker is Assistant Professor Dr. Jurapon, and then the second one, Ibu Susanti. The third one, Mr. Aristoteles, and number 4. Mrs. Maratun Ula. Benar? Oke. Okay. Acan Jurapon. Hello, yes, Acan Jurapon.
Can you hear me?
Acan Jurapon, you can hear my voice?
Yes, you can hear me.
Okay. Acan Jurapon, prepare your slide because this is your term, so prepare and presentation as a speaker. Acan Jurapon?
Yes, dear. Can you hear me? Morning.
You can hear my voice, Acan Jurapon?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay. Sawadee-kap, Acan Jurapon?
Sawadee-kap, Sukron.
Sawadee-kap. Sabai-di-mai?
Sawadee-kap. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Okay. The next session is the speaker Acan Jurapon, Assistant Professor Dr. Jurapon Tungpakde from Faculty of Nursing, Konkan University. Before we'll start, I will tell about the education background. First, in bachelor degree from Konkan University and master degree focused on pediatric of nursing, graduated from Konkan University, Thailand, and then PhD in nursing, graduated from University Newcastle, Australia. Okay, Acan Jurapon, please, time is yours.
Right, thank you so much for having me for today. As the girl has introduced me, thanks for having me for the first INHOSTECH conference on the health innovation to improve the quality of life in the industrial 5.0 eras. My PowerPoint handout is in the QR code. Please kindly download it. Otherwise, I have hand on the PowerPoint file for you already with the host. The presentation topics combine with 2 different issues. First, I wish to motivate you to think about how to implement the 5.0 industrial to improve the quality of life for patients. And I would share about the research example, which I'm working alongside with my students in the master degree programs. So shall we start in the first, because otherwise we might run out of time. I would bring into the clinics. So in the question about what is the difference on the 5.0 industrial in the quality of life for people today. For this example, we have shown the ladder of the chain of each industrial eras of each years. So since the earlier stage of the beginnings of the first 1.0 industrial has established on 1784, then we have industrial 2.0, 3.0 followed by 4.0. And by this year, 2020, in this decade, we get into the industrial of 5.0, mass customized cyber, physical human intelligence, and cognitive system. However, all of us who are located in the Southeast Asia, our academics may not convenience for us to pursue in every single high technology and innovation equipment what is we can bring into our practice. I brought you into the clinicals, which I supervise my undergrad student together with my postbaccalaureate training, nursing in the neonatal critical care. So we have found the incidence of the premature labor, and the number of the premature labor has the critical units at birth, for example, birth asphyxia, brain hemorrhage. So we have high technology on caring and saving their life and protecting their brain. We call the hypotherapies, which is the cold body schoolings for infants. We have used this. However, the techniques on using the clinical practice guideline has to be installed. So the nurses has a lot of meeting to learn and earn knowledge on using this, and they pass on their knowledge to their work colleagues to be able to control the quality of using of the hypotherapy for neonatals and infants. Moreover, the cost of the care of this high technology and innovation is extremely expensive. Therefore, it is not affordable in every single hospital across Thailand. Only the big hospital or the hospital in the regionals or in the university levels. Next, I'm going to show you the example of the equipment in which accompany of the nurses to do the acupunctures. You know, the veins viewers is nowadays common use. May I ask you, have you ever used the vein viewer to access the vascular in Indonesia? Is any of you have used it? Please type in the chat number 1. Has you been using this? Do you know what is it? If you could please respond in the chat box. Send me the number 1 if you have seen it or have used it. If you have not seen it or have not used it before, send me a 0. I will describe a bit about what is the vein viewers. Meanwhile, you are respond on the chat box. The vein viewer is the device in which assists the nurses across the hospital to access into the vascular. It is the portable and highly vascular access imaging. It helps us to image the vascular under the skin of client. In particular, if the client has some problems, for example, they're getting edema, they have vascular collapse. So for that reason, it's very complicated when the nurses wish to access to the vascular for client to save their life, to access for the medical admission. For this reason again, the vein viewer also quite expensive. It is not affordable for the hospital to allocate the vein viewer in every single ward. They can be used only for the critical area, for example, in ICU or whatever. So for this reason, it is quite pain for us because that is the obvious of the device in which can be used for client. However, we are not afford to pursue to buy it and allocate in every single area. The third example which I will share for you is about the intermittent pneumotic completion or the IPC device, which will be used to prevent the deep vein thrombosis on the leg for clients who have a long chronic condition, for example, stroke or like paralysis. Therefore, for the long-term bedridden, it may result in the deep vein thrombosis. I am bringing you into the innovation in use for helping people and improving their quality of life. However, I'm not set the romanticized scene for you because we all know that somehow high cost of the high technology and innovation device, it is unaffordable in every country, although it can be afforded in some institutes or big hospitals. However, what is the nurses across the world could change? I would bring you, for examples of this innovation. Nowadays, my colleagues, Dr. Don Vivat, he and his team has suffering on these problems as other people in the other place of the hospital. We have seen that the IPC, it is not allocated in every single ward, whereas we have a lot of number of clients who are need to use that. So Dr. Donvivat has supervised master degree student together with the bachelor degree student to initiate the innovation, which similar function of the IPC device. However, it's cheaper and more convenience in using. And his innovation has been registered of the soft ITs on the Thai's patents. So for this reason, I would inspire you that though we are not rich country, but we can think about what we can do to change the limitation of barriers. So now I would inspire you that this community of ours are the academic peoples. So I would inspire you by this quote about life is darling's adventures or doing not things at all. So what we can change in bringing the innovation and changing the care of peoples across our countries, though the economics, the financial status of each country of us may have a diverse. So I would think if we would see something different from across the world, and we would imply or adapt in using it in our local lives. So I would use this term, think global, act locals. So we would like to have that technology and equipment in using for client. However, somehow we may not afford to buy it. So I'm going to bring you into some research in which we may apply the localized in using it. First, I'm going to share about the research of augmented reality books for the capillate feedings. This research had published in the Journal of Nursing and Healthcare. This is the abstract. I have been working with Vacharan Wongkruason since 2019. This research has done with her master degree, and she has achieved on presenting her innovation in the 9th Asian Pacific Crablet and Crablet Craniophasy Conference in Thailand in 2019. So what is the augmented reality book? Originally of her research, she has the research impetus about the difficulty on breastfeeding among children who are suffering with crablet. The crablet infants has improper mouth and cavities. It is difficult to latch on the nipples of mothers. Therefore, the breastfeeding is quite challenged. She think about what she should do in terms of initiate of the innovation to assist the mother for prolonged and extended time for breastfeeding without an unhealthy ergonomic position. Therefore, she has established the innovation of the baby sling that is very common use in the local of Thailand. However, in the innovations of the baby sling for feeding for infant with crablet, we have worked alongside with the industrial designers to think about what is the suitable equipment in which may be used and safe for lift up babies and strap babies attached into the mothers and make the mother more confident in using. However, we have found that not only the baby sling can assist the mother to be able and understand and carry out the maternal breastfeedings. So she has realized that the mother still need to understand about what is the proper position in place of the baby or the infants who have difficulty in their latch because of they have a crablet and crablet. So Vacharan created the augmented reality book. Have you ever seen or known about the augmented reality books? That is the 3 dimensions of the book, which we can use the video and actives. So the AR books, it used via the mobile access either on the Google Play Store or the Apple Play Store. So the mother can install the applications of the HP reviews. In using of this book, I'm going to show you once the mother installed the HP reviews and they use their mobile to scan into the AR book, what will happen? You can see from this video, for example, because of time, I will shorten up the presentation, but I hope the video will works. Let's see. If it not works. Right, it seems like we have some difficulty in using it. Anyway, in this book, if the mother scan the QR code, they can browse into the each chapter of the book and into the video to present and demonstrate the position and the proper position of mother to provide the breastfeedings. So they can extend the time of breastfeeding to support the children, the infants who are suffering from breastfeedings and latching. So mother also have the baby body sling to attach the babies to prevent the mothers on hands fatigues and hand itch. So it can prolong the time and extend the time of breastfeeding and successfully on breastfeedings continuing in mother who care for cleft infants. Next, I'm going to move into the second research in which I'm going to give you as an example of this topic. I work alongside with Rachel Scottimala. I hope she is here, or if she's not here, she is one of my advisees from Indonesia. She working alongside with me in 2020s. She has demonstrated about the problems, the clinical research problems on the nutrition status among young children in Indonesia. So we established the research topic on what we can do to improve the nutrition for young children in Indonesia. For this reason, Retno, think about what is the conventional way on carry out the nutrition education programs in which the community nurse has done in the local community services area. And what we can change, we have changed the conventional ways of the educational nutrition programs. And her research has been published in the Malaysian Journal Nursing by the Lincolns also. So you can download this research by the DOI in which has shown in slide. So what is the nutrition education programs? As the group of the majority of the audience of today, they are located in Indonesia, I believe that you would understand about the research in PTAS, which bring Retno to demonstrate these problems about the stunning and linear growth in Indonesia. So she has demonstrated this and she has approved for her research proposal. Later on, she has established the work on to working alongside with the research methodologies to experiment about her nutrition educational programs. This is the booklet has been published in Indonesian language that can be used to support young children to understand the parents who caring for young children to understand about the proper nutrition and supplementation feeding for young children across Indonesia. So the research study has done and has the research result. And she also developed the video in using for this. Forgive me, for some reason, my hyperlink is not work. The video also a short video which the parent can be read and watch again and again with the book, so they can understand about the group of the nutrition of the supplementary and the complementary feeding, which suit for young children for 6 months to 2 years of age. The last research in which I'm going to show you about the topic of the digital health learnings. I bring you into the different level step of the innovation from the basic into the advanced. The last research in which I'm going to share you about the new grad training in the PICU. As you know that the last couple of years on the COVID pandemics, many countries suffering on the COVID-19 and the health professional also has the major result of the death and infected of the COVID COVID. Therefore, we need to have the new workforce of the new grad into the clinical area. Meanwhile, in the nursing education institute, we have a lot of problem and challenge in changing the teaching from the conventional ways of face-to-face lectures. Therefore, the online learning will be a choice. However, improving the psychomotors via the clinical practice, it was limited on the clinicals during the COVID pandemics. So we transformed the educational platform into the simulation-based learning by the simulation, which is the high fidelity simulators. And for these reasons, I'm working alongside with Ms. Sasipapa Anupan, my master degree student. We established the storyboard of the topic of the clinicals, and we deploy this clinical into the clinicals learnings program via the online courses, which is the Google Classroom. So we employ this program for the new grad to be able and ready to work in the criticals, which is the critical scenarios. Last but not least, I will show you about how we carry out of the Google Classroom to accumulate the self-directed learnings for the new grad. We have certain number of new grad who have lack of experience in the direct nursing practice during the COVID pandemic. So this clinical learning program via the simulation learning, it can be proof that it can assist the new grad to be accommodated and comfort in learnings of this program, and they have more confidence in caring with the critical client in the PICU. It is the end of my presentation about what is the innovation in the 5.0 industrial to improve the quality of life among clients. Thank you for having me. And if you have any question, please welcome. I'm more than happy to share. Again, my PowerPoint handout presentation has allocated to the conference host. I wish they will allocate to all of the audience. Thanks for having me again.
Okay, thank you so much, Achan Jurapon. You did nice presentation for the topic smart education to improve quality of life. So once more, please give applause for Achan Jurapon, please. Okay, we move for next session or next speaker. Ibu Santi, Ibu Susanti. Ibu Susanti. Ibu Susanti?
Ya, halo.
Halo. Apa kabar Ibu Susanti?
Alhamdulillah baik, Pak Sukron, apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik. The last one we meet at Konkan University before, right? Still remember?
Ya.
Masih betah di UK, Ibu?
Masih sepertinya.
Masih sepertinya. Oke. In this term, Ibu sebagai speaker yang berikutnya, so when I read your curriculum vitae, this is gratefully, yeah, as a founder, teacher, and researchers, gitu, yeah, and you get a lot of grant for research, that's right?
Alhamdulillah.
Iya, luar biasa ini Ibu Susanti ya. So for education background. Bachelor degree, Gajah Mada University. For master degree in Australia National University, right? And then for PhD in focus on medical oncology school medicine, the University of Nottingham, UK, United Kingdom. And continue for postdoctoral degree, focus on the research in University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. That's right, Ibu Susanti?
Yeah.
That's right? Okay.
Yeah.
Ini luar biasa sekali ya. And then you have also achievement for Majelis Dikti before, right?
Yep.
Yes, of course. Okay, in this session, please, Mrs. Susanti, time is yours. You have only 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sukron, and thank you for the invitation from the committee. Again, my name is Susanti. I'm actually Indonesian, obviously. I'm currently hold different affiliation. In the UK, I'm a research scientist. It's Cancer Research UK Bitson Institute in Glasgow, in Scotland. So a bit far away from you guys at the moment. But in Indonesia, I'm also a founder of a startup company called Patchen Diagnostic Technology. And my forever home will be a lecturer at Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. So this is just about me. I joined UMP, I think right after my bachelor degree from UGM, and I continue my study in Australian National University and go on and continue my PhD, postdoc, and currently as a research scientist in CRUK in the UK. So today I would like to discuss about molecular basis of colorectal cancer, which is the foundation of many things that have been done in some of my capacity, and also the development of biocolumnar DX, which is locally produced, robust, and affordable molecular diagnostic tool for colorectal cancer in Indonesia. So colorectal cancer itself is a very common type of cancer. In the UK, it's the fourth most common cancer, accounted for 12% of all new cancer cases. And usually, colorectal cancer is occurred in later stage of life. So the median of age for a new patient being diagnosed is usually between 60 to 70 years old. At least that's the case in many developing countries such as UK, US, and perhaps also Australia. But the past decade, we saw the recent increase in colorectal cancer in young patients that we call as early onset colorectal cancer. And the trend is actually happening worldwide. It happened in Korea, it's been reported in Korea, Australia, USA, Japan, and many other countries. At the moment, young patient being diagnosed with colorectal cancer is accounted for at least 1 in 10, so about 10%, with a cutoff of age 50 years old. This young patient usually will be misdiagnosed initially, hence resulted in a diagnosis at a very late stage of the disease. So usually it's stage 3 or 4. Obviously, this consequently make the diagnosis, make the prognosis poorer because it's already in a very advanced stage. How about in Indonesia? Cancer is obviously we know is a major health burden in Indonesia, and compared to the total health expenditure, cancer treatment actually a very significant burden for our BPJS or Universal Health Coverage. This resulted in the many of cancer treatment being delisted from BPJS, and then obviously resulted in debate in the public area. Cancer in Indonesia is not much different from other countries. We have top 4 cancer like the breast, lung, uterine, liver, as well as colorectal cancer. There's something interesting about colorectal cancer in Indonesia. There are astonishingly high proportion of colorectal cancer patients under 50 years old, which we categorize as early onset colorectal cancer, accounted for more than 35%. And this is actually 3 to 4 times much higher than the cases, the percentage that we found in the UK. So the question is like, why so? We need to look at the colorectal cancer carcinogenesis because to know the significance or the biology of the early onset colorectal cancer. It's been known that development of sporadic colorectal cancer could take up to 50 years based on a mathematical model, because we follow what we call Farron and Pogelston model, where the transition from normal epithelium to early adenoma will take decades, like about 30 years or so, then followed by subsequent mutation in driver genes such as KRAS, SMART4, P53, which result into the transition from early adenoma, which is still benign, to the aggressive form of the disease, carcinoma, and could also result in some metastasis. So if this is the case, then the rise of colorectal cancer in young patients may thus require some form of accelerated carcinogenesis. Accelerated carcinogenesis may occur in the context of inherited disease, which means you can pass the mutation from parents to the children, such as in the context of Lynch syndrome. However, a study found that only 15% of young patients with colorectal cancer actually associated with this disease. So how Lynch syndrome arise? Usually it comes from germline mutation of set of protein that we call, or set of gene that encode some protein that we call mismatch repair protein. This include MLH1, MSS2, MSS6, and PMS2. So basically, this protein is required to correct the mistyping during the DNA synthesis. Because there is a defect in this correction protein, then there are phenomena that we call microsatellite instability, where there is high degree of mistyping in our DNA. This will lead to the frameshift mutation and then rise to disease like colorectal cancer. However, the defect in mismatch repair protein not only can be inherited, but it's also could happen sporadically through the methylation of MLH1, and also will result into MSR and then the rise of colorectal cancer. So this is some sort of biology. Maybe I'll just pass it through quickly. During the DNA synthesis, we will have DNA polymerase try to type the additional nuclear base into the DNA, but then there could be some DNA replication errors, especially in the area where there is a 2 or 3 nucleotide repeated several times. And then usually if we have the DNA mismatch repair intact, this kind of mistake can be corrected. But then if there is a mutation in mismatch repair gene, this kind of error cannot be corrected, resulted in phenomena that we call microsatellite instability, and then this become one of the features of colorectal cancer. So Lynch syndrome, again, is inherited disease, so you can pass the mutation from parents to the children. It's it has a feature of microsatellite instability that I mentioned before, and it's actually increased the risk of person who have Lynch into the additional, the different type of malignancy, including endometrium, ovary, stomach, and small bowel. So it's not only increase the risk for colorectal cancer, but also other type of cancer. In colorectal cancer, people with Lynch usually have accelerated carcinogenesis, where the colorectal cancer can occur much faster than the one in normal population. So Lynch syndrome patient with colorectal cancer usually have the median early diagnosed age at 45, while general population around 60 to 70 years that I mentioned previously. So that's the genetic of colorectal cancer. But at the moment where the science looking at cancer is already shifted, it's not only about the cancer cell itself, but it's also about the cells surrounding the cancer cell. So it becomes more complicated because we're also looking at the neighborhood of the tumor. So we have cancer-associated fibroblasts, endothelial cell, parasite, cancer stem cell, and so and so. So we can no longer looking at cancer as a single homogeneous type of disease based on the cancer cell itself, but we also need to see how the neighborhood looks like. And this gives rise to the consensus molecular subtype of colorectal cancer. Still, it was when it was first introduced, it's based on the genetic of the cancer cells, but then people study more and they're looking at also the, again, the tumor microenvironment. And now we know that there is 4 categories of colorectal cancers, CMS 1, 2, 3, and 4. They have different type of genetic background resulted in different type of tumor microenvironment. For example, CMS 1 is the MSI high tumor with BRAF mutation with high immune infiltration. So there's a lot of functional immune cells within the tumor. As contrast, we have CMS4 mesenchymal cells that also have high number of immune cells, but the immune cell is more toward a pro-inflammatory, and it's already have like a lot of remodeling in the microenvironment. We have CMS 2 and 3, which we call immune desert. So it's very low immunity process going on in these cells, in this type of cancer. Hence, treatments such as immunotherapy cannot be actually used in this type of cancer efficiently. We have, I explained to you the genetic about colorectal cancer. We also need to consider the tumor microenvironment. Altogether, this effort is to describe biomarker. So biomarker can be used clinically as a predisposition marker, pharmacogenetic marker, prognosis, predictive, or pharmacotherapeutic marker. So germline mutation, like Lynch, by knowing the presence of mutation in the MMR, for example, that I mentioned previously, we will know that the subset of patient of general population will have high predisposition or risk to develop colorectal cancer and other type of cancer. And also we can looking at some sort of gene in the body to see how the mutation we have affect how the body react to medicine, like what we call as pharmacogenetic. In terms of tumor profiling, we can study the tumor, look at the molecular basis of the tumor, and then determine how the prognosis of the disease will be. We can also predict how the tumor will respond to certain treatment, and also we can develop certain therapy to target the specific gene or specific pathway that we call as pharmacotherapeutic approach. There's a lot of biomarker for colorectal cancer at the moment being investigated and published, and I just list some of it. We already know about MSI, but we know also about main mutation that drive colorectal cancer, such as KRAS, BRAF, PIK3CA, and NRAS, but there's many more coming. So the question will be, do we need all of these biomarker in the clinics? So I'll explain a little bit later on in my other part of the talk, but this is just to summarize what I've been discussing. CRC arises as a consequence of gene mutations, and these mutations occur in the epithelial cell, which is the but signaling from cancer cell can influence the population profile of the stroma, which is the neighborhood. So this two-way communication actually dictate how the tumor kinetics will be, like how the growth and other stuff. And then genetic and tumor microenvironment biomarker research is emerging, especially in the era of precision medicine, to inform disease prognosis, response to therapy, and develop therapeutic target. But only few biomarker actually has been validated and used in clinical setting. So it depends on the context. Sometimes I think less are more, especially for implementation of this kind of molecular basis of cancer treatment in resource limiting setting, such as in developing country like in Indonesia. So this brings me to the introduction to biocolumnar DX. This is a first locally produced molecular test being validated and manufactured locally in Indonesia. I developed this through the establishment of startup company called PatGen Diagnostic Technology. Our vision is to achieve global equity in precision medicine. I'll share you the video profile of PatGen in the hope that you can kind of understand what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
My name is
Can you hear the video? Sukron?
Okay.
Can you hear the video?
I am a cancer.
Video, computer, please.
Can you hear
Yes.
the video? Yep.
My name is Santi. I am a cancer researcher. In the middle of working on my research, I was diagnosed with stage 3 colorectal cancer. At that time, I had so many questions. Why me? I'm quite young. Then I remember my cousin was diagnosed with cancer too. Is this disease inherited in the family? Are the drugs given to me effective? Can I be cured? How long can I survive? I believe many others with the same condition as the one I have asked the same things. As a cancer researcher, I knew that the treatment for cancer patients varies from one patient to another depending on the genetic mutation profile of each patient. Thus, molecular diagnostic tools are very much needed to be able to guide doctors to provide appropriate and useful therapy. It is also important to understand the familial risk of the disease. Unfortunately, molecular diagnostics is still difficult to reach by the majority of cancer patients in many parts of the world because of the high price in the market, including in Indonesia. Through excellent research and innovation, PatGen Diagnostic Technology would like to provide affordable molecular diagnostic solutions to support better management of cancer and other diseases in developing countries. Driven by our young and highly enthusiastic teams supported by world-leading experts in the field, PatGen's vision is to democratize molecular diagnostics to achieve global equity in precision medicine. PatGen, molecular diagnostics for all.
Yeah, thank you. I hope it gives you a little bit of background what we're trying to do. I'll skip this one, but basically we got proof of concept funding from Islamic Development Bank, and we currently partnered with Biopharma to produce and market the biocolumnar DX, and we are located in Brin. The first product that I mentioned, this is the first cancer molecular diagnostic product being produced in Indonesia, is in partnership with many institutions. So this is really innovation and collaboration for Indonesia, from and for Indonesia. It's in partnership with Biopharma, Rumah Sakit Kanker dan Mais, Fakultas Kedokteran UI dan Dr. RSCM, Fakultas Kedokteran Gadjah Mada, Rumah Sakit Sarjito, Universitas Riau, Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, BRIN, and University of Nottingham, Indonesian Embassy in London, and many more actually. So we're really proud that this product has been launched last year in Rumah Sakit Darmais by the Minister of Health himself, Bapak Budi Gunadi Sadikin. And biocolumnar DX is very easy, simple to use, PCR-based kit to again describe the molecular basis of colorectal cancer of each patient. So it will help the precision to detect whether the cancer is developed because of Lynch. It also can determine the prognosis of the disease, and also inform what is the best regimen of treatment can be given to the patient. I skipped this because I already mentioned it. This is my last part of the talk. We use this biocolumn test to study the colorectal cancer in Indonesia in collaboration with a colleague from Rumah Sakit Sarjito and Fakultas Kedokteran Gadjah Mada, led by Dr. Susana Utarjulu and also Dr. Didi Setio Herianto, and we published the paper so you can have a look. But we screen, we test more than 200 colorectal cancer samples from the Indonesian patient with complete molecular data with the kit, and then we published the result. I just skip it through, but we saw there is a inclusivity in terms of determining MSI from the microsatellite stable colorectal cancer. So our kit is actually quite robust because the MSI will only have, we usually will have 2 or 3, more than 2 instability in MSI marker, while MSS usually will have maximum 1 of the instability in the MSI marker. And we found a unique molecular feature of Indonesia.
Sorry, Ibu Susanti, 2 minutes left.
Yeah, we have. Thank you.
Okay.
We have a very unique mutational feature of Indonesian colorectal cancer sample, which we show it had much lower BRAF mutation among the MSI colorectal cancer, and also much lower MLH1 promoter methylation, which show high probability actually of Lynch syndrome. Probable Lynch was more frequent in early onset colorectal cancer in Indonesia, but majority still consider as sporadic cases, and the sporadic cases is associated with left-sided tumor, lower ECOG, and high hemoglobin, but we don't see any difference in terms of survival between the sporadic and probable Lynch patient in Indonesia or in Yogyakarta cohort. So in summary, despite of some limitation, which include relatively small number from a single sensor and the absence of germline mutation analysis, our study suggests that Indonesia has potentially higher number of Lynch syndrome, which means the inherited mutation that can be passed on between families that contribute to the high colorectal cancer patient under 50 years old found in Indonesia, but it still cannot explain the overall picture because majority of early onset colorectal cancer in Indonesia is still considered as sporadic cancer. So it will require further study and also a little bit more of mechanistic study and how this accelerated carcinogenesis occur. I think that's about my last slide. So I'm really, really happy to be able to share with you my journey in studying, and also try to translate my study into innovation that can benefit patient. And I'm a big fan of collaboration. So if you guys want to talk more, I'm happy to respond. And also if you guys have more questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very nice presentation as a cancer survivor. Okay, for next speaker, Mr. Aristoteles. Yes, please come on the stage. I don't have the paper background about you, but I can memorize about you. How to tell about you first? Mr. Aristoteles
bachelor degree in Bina Husada, right? And then the master degree, University of Sriwijaya, and PhD in nursing, right? In health science at Lincoln University of Malaysia. Okay, give applause for Mr. Aristoteles, and time is yours.
Yes. Okay, 2 minutes, half minute. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sukron, for introduction. I will not talk for a long time because they give me only 5 minutes, but I just want to deliver my dissemination of dissertation research about my research when I was taking my PhD in health science in Lincoln University College, Malaysia. So my lecture present here, Prof. Sandep, this is my lecture, and also Prof. Arida also from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. So my research before I talk about comparative study of physical exercise toward brain natriuretic peptide or BNP and malondialdehyde as oxidative stress markers in Ratus nopergicus with star strain rat. Next slide, please. Okay, lagi pencet lagi. Okay, as you can see that physical exercise is one way to improve our physical fitness if we do it regularly, and we'll do it with the regular time. But if we do excessive physical exercise, it can cause oxidative stress. So when this thing happen, the cardiac muscle, especially cardiac tissue, will have a problem due to oxidative stress. And to check the oxidative stress in cardiac muscle, so we need a parameter such as BNP or brain natriuretic peptide. This BNP will come when our heart overstretch or under pressure. So the BNP will release as a hormone. So we can check if you have oxidative stress by checking BNP level and MDA level in cardiac muscle. Next. Yeah, this is BNP, step B hormone that's stimulated when the heart ventricle are stretched or under pressure, like I mentioned before. And this research I did around 3 or until 5 months using sample from Ratus nopergicus strain Wistar rat, or if you call it mice, using 28 sample. Then I give the intervention like treadmill intervention before and after, and then I check the BNP and MDA level. And then after that, I open the cardiac muscle to check to take a tissue, cardiac tissue, to check BNP level and MDA level in the laboratory. And the result, it shows that if we do excessive physical exercise, it will increase our cardiac work, so it can cause cardiac overload. So that's why if you have intensive physical exercise, or you do it continuously without rest, or the time is not arranged properly, then it can cause MDA and MBNP level, it will increase in our cardiac muscle. So that's why the athlete, when they are facing competition, they will do exercise every day. So sometimes when the competition came, the athlete will die suddenly. Die suddenly because of what? Because of the cardiac overload. So this is the things that I did in my research, guiding with my supervisor in Lincoln University College, Malaysia. And then the result of my dissertation or my thesis, it will give knowledge for the athlete especially. So when they want to have a competition, please do the exercise with the regular time, or not high intensity, but in the middle or low intensity exercise. I think that's all. I think around 5 minutes, right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aristoteles.
Okay, thank you so much for your attention, and I will close by saying wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, very short, simple, and brilliant. Yeah. Okay, for next speaker, Mrs. Maratun Ula. Okay, Ibu Maratun Ula, master degree from UGM, right? Gajah Mada, UGM. Okay, and then Ibu Ula, now the position is Vice Rector in Academic Affairs, right? Correct? Okay, Ibu Ula, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Sukron for the time. Bapak Ibu, sama seperti Pak Aristoteles tadi ya, saya akan menyajikan hasil diseminasi penelitian pada saat magister kemarin. Okay, the Honorable Professor Dr. Farida Muhammad Said from Malaysia and Professor Sandep from Malaysia too. Kemudian the Honorable Professor Associate Professor Dr. Halbana Tarmizi from USA, Honorable Professor Brett William from Monash University, kemudian Professor Dr. Jurapon Tungpakde from Thailand, from Konkan University, kemudian Ibu Susanti PhD from UM Purwokerto, kemudian the Honorable Bapak Aristoteles beserta Bapak Ibu Dekan serta lecture from IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang beserta peserta seminar yang berbahagia. Baik, saya akan menyampaikan makalah saya, Yoga for Primary Dysmenorrhea. Next. Jadi dysmenorrhea is a complaint that occurs in young women, kemudian characterized by dysmenorrhea is pain, kemudian dysmenorrhea pain has a significant impact on women's life, such as a limitation daily activity and absent from school in young women. Next. Background. Period pain has a significant impact on women's lives. The high prevalence of primary dysmenorrhea occurs in young women, ranging from 20% until 90%. 60% occurs in adolescent, age 12 until 70 years, and research its peak at the age of 20 until 24 years. The prevalence of limitation in daily activity is influenced by the intensity and duration of pain. Research conducted in Canberra and Western Australia show an estimate prevalence of adolescents who are absent from school due to menstrual symptoms of 18% until 94%. The prevalence of primary dysmenorrhea in Indonesia is estimated to be 55% in women of reproductive age based on the result of a study by Mardia et al. Tahun 2015, which was conducted on adolescent at Madrasah Aliyah Negeri 1 Semarang. The result were 16.2% of respondents experience dysmenorrhea, mengalami dysmenorrhea. Wijayanti 2018 conducted research on Muhammadiyah 1 Yogyakarta high school student and found that 63.6% of students experience primary dysmenorrhea. Okay, next. Jadi manajemen dysmenorrhea primer can be done with pharmacological and non-pharmacological approach. Non-pharmacological approach have been used with some degree of success based on data from the National Health Interview Survey pada tahun 2017. 40% of adult use complementary therapy such as akupuntur, kemudian deep breathing exercise, massage therapy, meditation, naturopathy, and yoga. Next. Why yoga? Jadi kenapa kita harus memilih yoga? Next. Yoga is a mind-body practice that originates from ancient India philosophy, consisting of physical posture atau kita sebut dengan asana, kemudian breathing, exercise atau disebut dengan pranayama, kemudian meditation disebut juga dengan dhyana, which integrated the harmonious balance of body and mind. Next. Okay, the benefit. Yoga is practiced regularly by 13 million people worldwide, 15 million Americans, 6.1% of the US population report that a doctor or therapist has recommended yoga as a therapy. In the UK, yoga has been promoted by the National Health Services as a safe and effective approach to maintaining health and managing disease in a wide range of condition and age. Next. Okay, next. The benefit of yoga, the first, improve the work function of the endocrine hormonal gland in the body, and then reducing the severity and duration of pain. The third, reducing psychosomatic symptom in primary dysmenorrhea, and the last, the reduce anxiety and depression. I think this all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Marathon Ula. Please give applause. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, for all speakers already done presentation, now we open for discussion session. If you have a question, please throw the question and up your hand for in this room. And for Zoom, please write the question in chat room. If you have a question, please. Start from speaker number 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe Mr. Aristoteles come on the stage because of you handled the speaker before. Yes. Because of the speaker number 1, 2, 3, 4 you handled before. And then if the participant has the questions, the committee, please open chat question.
Yeah.
If you have a question.
Yes, Mr. Sutris, I think have a question.
Mr. Sutris has a question? Okay.
Before you ask a question, can you mention to whom you want to ask? Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay, thank you for our moderator. I'm Sutrisno from IKesT Muhammadiyah Palembang as the nursing science program. I will give question for Professor Farida. I'm interested for your topic, Prof. Using mobile health in the improve the health quality for our patient. And I have also developed to prototype based and the Android application, into providing nursing intervention to hypertension the patient in the community in my research and then my innovation as I'm student the nursing specialist in the University of Indonesia. And explanation early related to nursing intervention innovation, we know that as nursing we are use information technology, right? This is health innovation to improve quality of health in our patient in the industry and area, and then such as using virtual utility and then ChatGPT or AI. And I ask you about how to even out the use of health innovation technology in health service, and then especially nurse both in the hospital and the community, and how to integrate to into our service. We have the nurse working in hospital and community, yes, and then we just know very many most nursing, yes. What your feeling about this topic? Thank you.
Sebentar. sebentar ya.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sutrisno.
Okay, maybe the question direct response from Prof. Farida.
Alright, okay.
Okay.
Saya kurang berapa jelas ya tadi, mungkin ya. Alright, mungkin if kurang berapa jelas. Tapi mendapatkan kepastian ya.
Yes.
Soalannya ada dua ya. Bagaimana antara community
and hospitally based.
Okay.
And then hospitally based is we know using information technology in the asuhan keperawatan Indonesia nursing process, yeah. But we have to community based. How to we give integrate?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So how can, because this is something to do with the continuity of care, right? So when the patient discharged from hospital or the patient is in the hospital, so when they are given the treatment, so when they want to go home, so we want to make sure that the patient get the same treatment, follow the same treatment, right? All right. So how to integrate? This is where we said the digitalization is very important.
Yeah.
Right. So when you have that the application, remember the application, so it can provide the patient with the information how they're going to monitor with all the treatment put in the application, so the patient can follow the instruction, and if they have any any problem, so they can contact to the community nurse who is nearby. All right, because you know when patients go home, they are in the community, they are not in the hospital itself. So when they have all the data, the patient should be able to be managed by the community nurse or by the community team. All right? So because currently what happened is that you do not have that complete information. When patients go home, they bring back all the manual instruction. So what happened when they go home? Where they keep? They don't know where they keep. One. Number two, they don't know. They don't understand. They tidak faham. They tidak ingat. Yeah. So at the end, this is where we have some we call them non-compliant. Dia tidak mematuhi apa yang harus dibuat, kerana mungkin bukan dia tidak faham, dia sudah lost all those information. Mungkin dia faham tapi dia tidak tahu bagaimana how. So if you have that big data or the system or whatever the application, they can have all those, they can show to the nurse in the community, this is what I have done, there is evidence, then they can go straight to the community or the nearby hospital so that they can have the treatment. For my student, I will say that in future, for the next step, they should have the feedback, you know. You must have the feedback column whereby the patient have that column, and based on that, they can send to all those areas. It should go to those people who are responsible for the data and for the treatment. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer?
It's very clear.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, you testing
I will
me.
interesting,
You are
but
testing me,
yeah. To
I hope you
development
answer
our
question.
health innovation, because my study in using innovation for the elderly in the community.
Yes,
yeah.
very good.
For
Because
hypertension.
that is very good, but make sure whenever you do with that application or those, you must get the validation from the IT expert. This is to ensure that people will not trusting your design. So if you say this is validated by the expert, then they have all those evidence, then they say your application is valid and it can be used by anywhere. And another thing is that you need to patent your application or your model or whatever you do. All right?
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Farida, as the answer for the question. Okay, I think that time is up, right? Because of all the participants already done, and the speaker also already done for representation.
The committee, Mr. Joko, we still have our time or already enough time?
Enough? Okay, thank you so much for coming today, for all participants and all speakers for international conference, and for next session. Okay, Mr. Sandek, you want to talk something?
Just in continuation with Prof. Farida's explanation, I just want to share that AI technology is making the bot who can interact with the people. Like now in Malaysia, we have radio jockey is AI. From 2 to 4 p.m., AI is taking over the radio. They are showing all the, interacting with the participant and etc. Now, if you see in Facebook or YouTube, you watch, if there is Telsa sales is done by the AI robot, and he is interacting with the customer and asking that why you want to buy, what is the car you are driving now, what is the motive of changing the car, etc., etc. All the questions and replying all the questions like a person physically do, and more effectively. Maybe a person physically may forget, but whenever I discuss, I may forget. But machine is not forgetting. They have the database. They can take out the data and ask. And even they can check your database, that where you, I explained that where you have searched, that database they already take. Suppose you are telling that I am driving a Porsche or I am driving a Mercedes-Benz. So they already know that Mercedes-Benz, what is the cost, everything they have calculation in their background, in machine mind, that we cannot. So that is the advancement. Suppose a patient is at home, caregiver, now AI technology is monitoring. At time 10 a.m., he will ask, have you taken the medicine? In the home itself. You don't have to go at home, and other person, family member don't have to remember that medicine have to take. Please take the medicine from there. Like that they may explain. So this is the practical explanations means which we can improve in future coming years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Professor
Mr.
Sandep, as the answer.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and also participant in Zoom room. I think we've come to the final agenda. Is closing. So before we close our agenda for today, let us recite it Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And the agenda will continue at 1 p.m. Activity is oral presentation from the presentant, and see you again in the afternoon time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sudah. Apa itu? Apa? Oke, keluar. Hanya
Tenang, senyumkan wajah karena ada skincare already official store dan bisa pilih berbagai cara bayar. Selalu ada selalu bisa di
Ada sparkling dengan es. Kan juga lebih nikmat. Tuh panas di dalam. Ada bisa.
hampir sejuta manis plus. Setiap berbagai hidangan dan istimewa. ABC Kecap Manis Plus Serbaguna. Di Indonesia, saksikan dari Humanities video.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas kerjasamanya. Silakan istirahat.